Good morning, everybody, and welcome to VMAC 2024. My name's Suzanne. I'm Chief Finance Officer at Greater Manchester Mental Health, and I'm also the incredibly proud SRO for the Value Makers programme. So, I was reflecting this morning, and I've been doing the SRO role for this network for about 6 years now. And in that time, we have seen some pretty fabulous things. So going back to the start of my sort of journey with the Value Makers, there were 600 of us. There are now 3,300 Value Makers across the whole of the country. Really great to see so many of you here today. It's about 150 of us in the room, and there's about 300 of us online as well. So fabulous turnout. We're going to go through some wonderful presentations today and some wonderful insights into what's happening across the country. So, since I've been involved, what's so special about this network, and seriously, it blows me away every time we come to this conference, or we have a session, or we meet as value makers, and it's wonderful. I can see my chief value makers out there, looking at Darryl there in the audience, smiling away. Pam's over there, gearing up to come on stage in a minute. It blows me away how much fabulous things are happening across this network. And what's special about it is it re-energises me. And it's probably re-energized me 1,000 times over. Because it's really tough, isn't it? You know, it's really hard. Everybody's working 100%, 120%. So to get together for this day with each other, sharing stuff with each other, I hope it's going to really re-energise each of you too. So before I kick off, I just want to say a massive thank you for me personally, but I'm sure from each of you to each other, because if we didn't have this time together, then it wouldn't make us feel so privileged to be part of this network. So I'm going to give you a sort of sneaky insight into some of the things that are happening within the NHS Finance world. So one of the perks of my job is not only do I get to be part of this network, but I get to lead one of the three One NHS Finance work streams, and that's the future-focused finance work stream. And I've been involved in that network and that sort of that particular area for quite some time as well. And we've always worked on 5 areas. These will all be familiar to you because you're always involved in all of these things. But we work on making the NHS a great place to work, and NHS Finance being a really great place to work. We work on supporting staff. How do we support each other and individuals? How do we attract people to come and work in NHS Finance? So when you Google, I want to have a career in finance, NHS is loud and proud up there. And we've done some really great work on that. We're now on page 2 of Google. We started on page 9. So, to attract talented people to come and work in NHS Finance and stay in NHS Finance is a really important part of the work that we do. The 4th area is around sharing best practice, and that's where our network comes alive, isn't it? Because that's what we do. We share things with each other day in, day out, in all sorts of different ways. And then the last area is around demystifying finance, making it really easy to understand whoever you are, particularly non-finance people. We've got a whole host of work that we do in that space too. But we've been thinking, how do we build on those 5 themes into the next 12 months? And we've picked 3 areas that we're going to supercharge. We'll still do all of that great work, but we're going to supercharge 3 areas. The first is around how do we do more on attracting people to come and work in the NHS from disadvantaged backgrounds or low-income families, and really build on the Insight programme. If you're not aware of the Insight programme, Tom's going to tell you about it in a bit, because we've got a session on that, but it's brilliant, and we want to do more of that. So that's going to be a key theme that we develop and we encourage our networks to be part of in terms of supporting that programme. The second area is, how do we make sure all of our wonderful finance teams are supported in this really different world that we're in at the moment? It's much more around financial recovery and manage money in a different way. So how do we make sure our workforce has got the skills and the expertise to be able to work in that slightly different environment? So we want to do a whole load of support, wellbeing packages, insight training, listening to people who've done it, and whoever they are, I'll really want to find them. But to do really well in that financial recovery space and help us in this new world. And then the third area that we're going to focus on is the future of finance. And that's working really closely with the NHS ONF Innovation Forum. And they're already doing lots of work around RPA and technology, and they've got some wonderful speakers involved in showing what's the NHS going to look like in the finance world in 20 years' time. Because 20 years ago, it didn't look like this. So how do we prepare ourselves? And there's going to be lots of opportunities for our network and Future Focus Finance to get involved in that. So we've not actually had that signed off yet, so it's super insight, but we've had a good kick around it with the Value Makers leads, and we had some good feedback that we think, that's a good 3 areas to sort of really major on next year. So, little insight. So I'm going to have to just whip through some housekeeping before we get into the first session. So bear with me. So we have, we've got roaming mics, and I'm looking over at the back there, there's Soph waving her hands. What makes this conference work really, really well is the interaction. And I've got my iPad here that's going to load all the questions through as and when you send them to me. And that's the people at home just as much as people in the room. So you've got the QR code on your desks. It'll be available online to scan. Using the hashtag VMAC2024, please get your questions forward. Otherwise, you're relying on me making them up. And I've already warned Pam and Gavin, it'll be as sophisticated as what is your favourite colour, unless you get some good questions in to really help get the session alive. At this conference, we always want to promote ourselves on social media. So if you're on Instagram or if you're on LinkedIn, get some photos, get tagging hashtag VMAC2024. Let's get some sort of social movement going from what we're doing today. If we could make sure that phones are on silent, please, during the course of the conference, that will be really helpful. I'll include myself in that, I must check. The ONF team will be roaming around taking loads of photos as well, which we'll use to promote. So if you don't want to be on them, just give somebody a nudge and say, and we'll make sure that you're not in there. Now, usually, every single time I've done this, it's almost like routine, as it said, there's no planned fire alarms today. There is a planned testing, not a full one, not evacuation mode, but there's going to be a test alarm at about 11:30. So hopefully that won't be in the middle of somebody's sessions, but it may well be. So just to pre-warn, we will be having a tester at 11:30 on the fire alarm. On the back of your badges, for those that are here, you've got a little code where we really would encourage you to please give us some feedback from the day. The whole of this programme is built by Value Makers. It all comes from ideas, suggestions, participation. Everybody is part of the Value Maker network that's contributed today. And we only be able to pull that programme together with your feedback, your thoughts, your ideas. What did you enjoy? What would you like to see next time? So please do that. There's a Wi-Fi code if you need it. If you just click on the network's meetings and events, and the password is meeting, lowercase, 1234. So that's all the housekeeping done. That's the intro done. So I think now we're going to hand over for our very first session. And this session is about the network. So you may well be here because you've been part of the network forever and, you're excited as I am for the day to come. You may be new to the network. You may have been involved but not active in it for a while and sort of refinding what the purpose of the Value Makers network is. And this session will give you a little bit of insight to it from some of our really, really important Value Makers. So I am going to introduce now to the stage Pam and Gavin, if you want to come forward.
If you feel like a room without a roof, clap along. If you feel like happiness is the truth,
I'll hand over to you. We'll give us a presentation, aren't you? And then we're going to do a Q&A. So if you get your questions in, we can make sure Pam and Gavin get them in a minute.
Great, thank you.
Hi everybody, great to see you all here today and I wish you all have a lovely day. My name is Pam Kaur and I'm from University Hospitals, Coventry and Warwickshire.
Hi, I'm Gavin Rush. I'm currently the Interim Finance Business Partner at Bolton and I'm substantively Head of Costing at the Christie Cancer Trust. So I'm going to take the first part of this session talking about my experience as a value maker and the slides work. So I'm from the North West Network and I've recently taken over chairing that group and leading the North West regional meetings that we have. So when I first joined the Value Maker Network in 2014 as one of the first cohorts. So when we were asked to do this session, I decided to have a look back at what I pledged at that time, why I joined the network, and what I wanted to both deliver and get out of it myself. So that first column really shows the pledges I made, why I joined, and how I wanted to achieve those goals. They're mainly focused around driving value, improving my network, and improving finance networks across the Northwest in general, and how we can use those better networks to deliver better value to our finance teams and ultimately to our patients and taxpayers. I was also able to find some of the information that we did at that very first Value Maker session in July 2014. And this is one of the posters that one of the groups produced on that day. So they're all very similar themes for all the different posters. You can see at the very top the end goal, and they're all around growing stronger, having a joined up, connected finance department across different organisations to make it one NHS Finance as a whole. And the path there is how we get there. So overcoming barriers, more system working, more joint working, and a couple of the key themes that came up were around rocking the boat but not falling out, just doing it, and really how we shake things up and overcome some of the barriers, just asking forgiveness rather than asking permission. So those are some of the key things that really came out of that very first Value Maker meeting 10 years ago. And as part of that meeting, we asked the question, well, at the time it was, what does future focused finance mean to you? And these were some of the feedback that we got from the group at the time. So very much focused on value, on people, on how we make those networks and how we support clinicians in delivering care. And I've asked the same question to the Northwest Network at our last regional meeting, and got their answers more recently. So an update of what does one NHS Finance mean to you? And again, very similar themes around the networking, adding value, sharing best practice. So now we'd like to put that question out to the room and to anyone online, to what does one NHS Finance mean to you? So through the Slido link and the code, you should be able to ask that. So if I can ask for 3 words on what does one NHS Finance mean to you. You'll have a bit of time to do it. We'll revisit this at the end of the session. But if everyone can, I'll just leave that up there for a minute so people can follow the link. It should be on the link on your table as well, that you should be able to follow that one. Just give people a few minutes to do that. So just moving on to start talking about my Value Maker story over the last 10 years and my journey. So obviously joined 10 years ago as part of that first cohort. Shortly after, a request went out for volunteers to speak at the National HFMA conference, which I volunteered for with about 10 other value makers that we went along. And that was an excellent opportunity to support the network, to be more involved, and also to actually attend that conference, which I found really valuable. And it's always a good experience when I get to go to that conference. Naturally being more introverted, speaking at larger events like this or smaller ones like that at the time, it's a little bit daunting, but probably more daunting speaking to people on a one-to-one basis sometimes. So being there with people and having that support network to start building confidence for the future was really important to me. So moving on from that first presentation that we did on what we'd done locally over the first 6 months of Value Makers, the first special interest group, the FACE network, was sort of spawned out of the Value Makers. And Pam's going to talk a little bit more about that in her session. But for me, we really did take that up and start sharing best practice around that finance engagement and education. So I developed a CPD database at my trust to help us record what the finance staff were doing, and we shared that through showcase sessions. I think we came to one of the Value Maker conferences like this, and we had a table at that event to showcase that. But specifically through the FACE network, Liverpool CCG launched some interactive finance training called Show Me the Money, And we pinched with pride and took that from them. Through the network, they supported us in developing our own version of that at Chester. That ran until 2020, where it stopped during COVID. I've since left the trust, so I don't know if they've started it back up again, but that was always really popular with clinicians and budget holders, and we shared that with other trusts around the network. So we stole that from someone, and we supported other organisations to steal it from us and run their own version of that training. So that was a really powerful success story of what the network could achieve for us. We also did some work on the apprenticeship levy, and we won the HFMA award for that, which again, we used the Value Maker and Face Networks to share what we were doing and supported other organisations in updating their study policies and how they can move their students onto the apprenticeship levy courses rather than funding them the traditional way. Following that, on a personal note, I won a couple of awards for the Value Maker Network, so firstly in the North West and then at the national awards. I won the Finance Expert Award at the time, so that was a good personal achievement for me to be recognised both regionally and nationally around my work that I've done with the Value Maker Network. Following that, I was asked to deliver some of the demystifying NHS Finance sessions, specifically for acute costing. And after that, I was asked to join the Inclusion and Diversity Ambassador Network. So more recently, I've been more actively involved in that network, so supporting that on a regional scale. So in the North West, we're split into 3 ICBs, and the ICBs run quite independently. So I'm part of the GM system, Greater Manchester system at the moment. So I support the Equality and Diversity Network both in Greater Manchester, and I also support the wider North West network for that. And through that network, again, we've developed and shared some training and encouraged other people to engage. So we delivered a rainbow department training, so encouraging the department to get greater awareness about LGBTQ issues and how that might affect members of the staff. I moved over to the Christie in 2022, and we had an EDI week, so an action week where we focused a different day on different areas, and again we shared that through these networks, and we've done showcase sessions. When I moved over to the Christie in 2022, I started the Value Maker Leads group within GM, which hadn't been running for a number of years, and I think there's a couple of other people in the room that joined that network with me. We've since moved on, and we've invited the I&D ambassadors to join. Being actively involved in both networks, I found it very difficult to juggle, so we've decided to try and merge them. And going forward, we're trying to bring in the other special interest groups and networks from One NHS Finance to make that a true One NHS Finance Leads group, so we can focus on that from a GM perspective. And then most recently, after Gail Wells stepped down as the North West lead, I've picked up chairing that for the Value Maker Network across the North West, so I chair the regional meetings. And then ultimately was asked to present here today as part of that network. So that's just a little bit about my story and some of the key achievements of my Value Maker journey over the last 10 years. So to talk about the North West network a little bit and how we function. So we have a quarterly Value Maker meeting across the whole North West. As I mentioned, we are split into 3 ICSs, and each of them also have their own quarterly network. So we meet as a leads group monthly from an ICS perspective, quarterly from a regional perspective to run and deliver those groups. And we also link in very strongly with our HFMA and skills development colleagues and make sure we're promoting the network, Value Maker Network and One NHS Finance in general, at their quarterly updates as well. So we try and reach a wide range of an audience through these different forums. And at the bottom of that slide, there's just an example of how we're trying to structure our GM Value Maker meetings going forward. So they'll be split into the 2 halves. The first focusing on value makers in One NHS Finance, sharing elements of best practice. And then the second half, people will break out into special interest groups. So we'll have breakout rooms set up for people to join, discuss those key issues, and then feed back to the wider group. We found value makers are often involved in multiple networks, and it was a big commitment on time to try and do everything. So this is our attempt to streamline it. It's very new, it might not work, and if it doesn't work, or if it works for a while and we start to lose momentum, we'll change tactics. So we are very flexible in how we run these meetings to try and make sure they're fit for purpose, and we're constantly adapting them to what we need to deliver as value makers. So, and finally for me, just focusing on some of the key areas of best practice that have come out of the North West over the last 10 years. So, as I mentioned before, we have strong links with our skills development and HFMA partners, and we find using those pre-existing networks, particularly in the beginning, was a very good way of engaging people with the Value Maker Network, and we continue to do that. The North West has a very well-established apprenticeship programme, so I actually sit on the apprenticeship leads group for the North West around getting apprentices in, not just around NHS Finance, but digital and procurement as well. And we're actively involved in the staff survey work stream. So at least 2 of the top 5 organisations last year came from the North West. And I know I've delivered some training sessions of other organisations from the North West on what we've done to get such high scores and how and try and share some of that knowledge and learning to support other departments. But probably most notably of what's come out of the North West is the accreditation scheme. So Towards Excellence started in the North West in 1998 and was adopted by NHS Finance in 2016. I have to check my dates because I keep getting them wrong when I practiced. So that Towards Excellence programme has formed the basis of the national accreditation scheme, and we continue to sort of lead on that and really push that forward in the North West. So 92% of all organisations are accredited. Just under 70% of them are at level 2 or 3. And I think that the organisations missing from that are relatively newly formed and relatively small organisations that are currently working towards their first level 1 accreditation. So we're either all accredited or all on that path to accreditation. And we've also extended that programme from just finance to include digital and procurement. So I know procurement have their own programme now that's national, but Towards Excellence was set up through them, and we do monitor all the digital and procurement departments through the same steering group that monitors the finance. So we've really linked all those in and try and push it all forward across finance as well as some of the other areas. So that's it from me, and I'm going to pass over to Pam for her session.
Thank you. Thank you, Gavin. So I thought I would start by taking you all down a trip down memory lane and how it all started 10 years ago. And I thought I'd start off with the 2 seeds that were sown in terms of future focused finance and value makers. And this is how it looked 10 years ago, and it looks amazing now. So things have changed and things have grown, and we've seen so much progress, and I think that's the point we were trying to make here, that, as Suzanne said earlier, you know, we started off 10 years ago with, I think it was 97 value makers at the time, and it's grown 30 times into 3,300 value makers now. And yes, it was sowing the seeds of all these wonderful opportunities that you have today. I wanted to put this picture up of the first Value Maker launch event that happened in the summer 10 years ago. And this was the first time the first cohort of Value Makers actually came together in person, where we actually met each other. And what you can see from that picture really is the energy, the excitement and the enthusiasm of what being a value maker brought. At the time, we didn't know what we were getting ourselves into. There was no job description. I think we all just had a sense of calling that future focused finance and being a value maker was going to be something really big, and we wanted to be part of it. And so we all came together, and as Gavin showed he actually did really well to find your pledge. I couldn't find mine actually, but that's what it was all about. It was all about how can we make a difference as individuals, how can we come together as a finance community, network with each other to share best practice and make NHS Finance the best function within the NHS. And so that network grew through collaboration. And then this happened, and you're all probably wondering, what has this got to do with value makers? And I know you're all far too young in the audience to remember Star Wars, but it was interesting because at the Value Maker launch event, we all realised that we were all closet Star Wars fans, and that actually brought us together even more in a different kind of way. And then this acronym came up, Jedi. I don't know if anybody would remember, but that became a bit of that became our motto. It was just everybody do it, and so the acronym Jedi came about, and we started having fun with the whole Star Wars thing. There were actually HFMA conferences that were Star Wars themed. I think we had Mark Orchard and on stage with his lightsabers at one time, but what this did was it brought so much energy and excitement and something fun into being a value maker, and it brought us all closer together. And I think that was really, really important at the time as we were just growing as a network. And as Gavin mentioned earlier, we were, Gavin, myself and a few others were invited to share our value maker journey at the HFMA conference with Mark Orchard. And Mark at the time was instrumental in kind of setting up Future Focus Finance and the Value Maker Network. And, you know, we've come so far now from that time. And at the actual conference, we created a wonder wall of pledges. And the reason I show this picture is that I was so amazed by the creativity that the value makers had. You know, we're all finance professionals and we love working with our spreadsheets, but I was so amazed at the amount of creativity that individuals had, and how we were able to bring the whole value maker network to life, and what it meant to us and what we were going to do with it going forward. So that was really, really important, and everybody got involved on the day. You know, everybody was really excited and inspired to share their ideas and what they wanted to achieve through being a value maker. And it was all about really being able to make a difference and co-create and collaborate with other like-minded NHS Finance individuals. And then about a year later, or around about the same time, I was invited to join the close partnering group, and there's some pictures. You've got David Elcock and Sam Sherrington. So with their help, we joined forces with Sanjay Agrawal at Leicester to set up the close partnering group. And this was really, I think this was the hook for me that got me into Future Focus Finance, because I met Sanjay while I was working at Leicester Hospitals, and it was while I was doing my MBA thesis on clinical engagement in finance, and I had this real interest in PLICs and showing clinicians how finance worked, and that was my hook to really getting into being a value maker and joining Future Focus Finance. And then we kind of grew the close partnering group, and then the FACE network was born, and we had lots of fun with FACE. You know, the whole acronym. We had events up and down the country. We used to call them FaceTime events, and we used to create free budget holder training packs, budget holder surveys. And as you know, now there is so many resources on Future Focus Finance, and that's where it kind of started, when we said that we're going to have, every organisation has the opportunity to share resources, and everything is free. You know, and it was a whole bank of resources for everybody else to use, and that's what we were trying to achieve. And there's a picture of one of the events. We had a Leeds and Reading event, and we were in a bit of competition. So we had one event in Leeds, one event in Reading, and then we were sort of communicating with each other, and it was really fun, but at the same time it was really meaningful for everybody at the same time. And I've kind of continued with the FACE network in terms of being a network lead and chairing the Demystifying Finance sessions. So I think the first part of the journey was all about value makers coming together. Lots of beautiful relationships were grown. We had lots of fun co-creating ideas and putting things into motion for Future Focus Finance. And talked about the FACE network and being part of the Value Maker network. But then if you cast your mind back a few years, when the pandemic happened, that was a massive emotional roller coaster for the whole of the nation, and I think that shook everybody in many, many different ways. And that's where my sort of interest and passion for health and well-being came about. And I was really wanted to make sure that my friends, family, colleagues all felt supported. And if you cast your mind back, and I know it feels like a little bit of a blur now, but as NHS staff, we were the key workers. We were being applauded every Thursday at 8 o'clock. And whilst it was scary, there was almost a sense of pride as well in terms of working for the NHS. And I think that was really what being a value maker was all about, in terms of how we were making a difference to the patients. At our trust, for example, and I know that this happened in a lot of other organisations, the finance department staff were delivering PPE to the wards, and that's all about being a value maker. How do you bring value to your department, to your organisation, to the patients that you serve? And I've really been very, very heavily committed with the health and wellbeing agenda in the last 3 or 4 years, and that's something that I'm really keen on building, and we're part of the Midlands region health and wellbeing group as well, sharing ideas and resources. We started running weekly mindfulness sessions for our staff at Coventry on a Monday and a Friday, because some people were working from home, and they could just log in on Teams and just spend 10 minutes with some relaxation and some motivation just to get them through the rest of the week until Friday. So that's something new that we started. And then I started to get involved with the Midlands Finance Academy as well. So being a value maker, it doesn't just stop at being a value maker. It's almost like the foundation for all these other interests and passions that you might have as individuals, and it just helps. It will encourage you to grow and flourish and make a difference in those passions. And for me, staff development, training, education, nurturing our apprentices and all the staff that are working in the department, for example, that was another kind of passion of mine, and been supporting the Midlands Finance Academy with the talent management strategy. So many of you will know about the talent management strategy and how we're committed to supporting our finance staff, providing them with opportunities for career progression, making sure that nobody is left behind. So I've been working quite heavily with the Midlands Finance Academy board and Becky in terms of pushing forward the talent management strategy, and that's been really, really important. And then all of this has culminated in us as an organisation, as a trust, reaching our level 3 accreditation a few months ago. And it was accreditation is really, it's like a jigsaw puzzle that brings all these pieces together. So you have all the different networks that you're part of. There's a massive focus on staff development and training, career progression, health and well-being, diversity and inclusion, systems and process, and having good governance, but also making sure that your stakeholders and your budget holders understand finance as well. So for me, it felt like it was bringing it all together, and it helped us to really shine a mirror on ourselves as an organisation, because we were in the process of refreshing our level 2 and thought, well, actually, we've been doing all this work, but we've never really talked about it or shared some of the best practice. And if you yourselves are going through accreditation, you'll find that you're actually doing some amazing things that you might want to showcase to other organisations and share with the network in various forms. And I think that was a really massive achievement for us as an organisation, especially as we'd just implemented our EPR system and we were finalising our annual accounts at the same time. The energy of the whole of the finance department, how engaged they were in the process, it was just absolutely amazing. I think everybody was fighting to get onto the assessors' interviews, and unfortunately we couldn't have everybody, but that's how excited everybody was. And I think as value makers, that's the kind of energy and enthusiasm, that we're able to create in our own departments, and making sure that we have a happy and healthy finance function at the same time. So that's where we're at the moment. I'm sure the journey is going to continue, and I look forward to what the future holds. And so I'm here to leave it to say that the force is strong with all of you, and you're here to celebrate your success. So have a wonderful day.
Brilliant. Do you want to
Take a seat.
yeah. Grab a seat? Can I just say, whilst you trot over there, thank you so much for your leadership in the Value Makers Network for 10 years, both of you. I mean, that was fabulous. A massive inspiration to me listening to you both, and I'm sure to everybody listening here and at home. So, well done. And if anybody ever asks me again, what is it, this Value Maker Network? What is it about? It's what they said. It's that. Because that is just a phenomenal journey, but just shows the power of how effective it can be for individuals, but teams, clinicians, all of those different aspects of it. So thank you so much. And I'm going to revert to the questions because they are firing in. I have a note to say that there's a technical issue with the iPad, which is my first question. So let's hope that's not the case. So we've got a question for Gavin. He says, thank you, Gavin, for your amazing work and well done. Something I found to be a challenge is conflicting priorities. How do you find the time to do all of the good work that you've described to us today?
So I think it's a matter of prioritisation. So obviously we're all really busy, and what I do isn't consistent all year round, every day, every week. It comes in peaks and troughs, so try and fit it in around my busy times. But for me, a lot of what we do as value makers is important as leaders and important for our staff development. So I think if you find it important, you try and make the time for it, and you see where it fits in and how it supports the day job, to the point where it's not extra, it's just delivering that leadership element of your role. That's how I treat it. Obviously, I've recently moved roles, and I've moved from costing into financial management, so it's a big learning curve for me, and it is one of my concerns going forward, how I'm going to balance all the new learning, my new responsibilities, with maintaining what I already do. But it's going to be around prioritisation, and actually some of the value maker stuff might fall off for a little bit while I focus on some of the more career day job elements while I get established, and then I'll pick up the value maker stuff, will be more active following that. So it's around work-life balance, balancing what I prioritise, workload, and what I get value out of. Coming from a costing background, the engagement and from staff clinicians is really powerful, and it's really motivating. So doing this is actually a massive plus to the role, I find. And sometimes when you're doing particularly more dry areas of finance, it's the value maker stuff that makes it worth coming in and doing your day job. So I think it actually helps me perform my day role better by being more involved and engaged with these networks. I come back more motivated to do the day job.
Thanks, Gavin. Now we're rocking and rolling now. Technical issues over. Word cloud is starting to emerge behind us there. So thank you. Keep your words coming in, and we'll land on this, won't we, at the end, Gavin? Yeah. Pam, would you mind answering the same question? How do you find the time? You've got a really busy job. You've just told us you've implemented an EPR. You've done your accounts. You've done level 3. How do you make sure you're still involved in the network?
So we've been really fortunate at our organisation because when I first started out on the value maker journey, it was something that I kind of did in between and on top of my day job because I just had that passion and it was something that I wanted to be involved in, and my organisation were really, really supportive, and at Coventry, you know, they really felt that this was important enough to now create a dedicated role that looks at strategy and finance, the finance department development. So I'm quite fortunate enough that I'm actually in a role that does all of the development of the finance department and takes that forward. And it's not just Future Focus Finance. We're one of 5 Virginia Mason organisations, and so there's a lot of development that we're doing as part of the Virginia Mason lean methodology and improving our systems and processes and taking forward our finance strategy. So there is quite a lot, but I think it's been really helpful just having a dedicated role or part of a role that does this part or full time. So we were really fortunate in the sense that our finance director thought this is really important. We need to dedicate resources to taking this strategy forward.
Thanks, Pam. So I've got another question that builds on that a little bit. So if I was to quote Simon Worthington, who was one of those other wonderful inspirational leaders that's been involved in Future Focus Finance and ONF for ages and ages until he sadly and selfishly decided to retire, he used to always say, many hands make light work. And he'd say, you know, that's why you need to, sort of team effort, you need to all be involved. So you just talked about the accreditation as part of your presentation. How do you encourage and involve all of the finance team to be involved in the accreditation? For anybody who's starting that journey or is, you know, looking to move to level 2, it's a really big piece of work and it does need everybody, doesn't it, to be involved. So how do you encourage everybody when they've all got their heads down and they're working really hard?
Do you want to go first?
Go on, Pam.
Oh, do you,
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So we started our accreditation process at the beginning of the year. I think it was about January time, and at the time I think it was, first of all, you need to have a look at the actual criteria if you haven't done this before, and it was we had to do a bit of what was called a gap analysis originally, and saying, well, do we think we're at level 2? Do we think we're at level 3? Where do we think we want to pitch it? The other thing that we did was we had really good communications with Sophie and Becky at the ONF team. They were really, really supportive in terms of gauging where we thought we could pitch our application, and that really gave us the kind of enthusiasm to go for our level 3. We didn't know whether we would get it or not, but you know, we had that encouragement from Sophie and from Becky, and I'd have regular meetings with them. And then doing the work in the background was fine, but then it was about the communication with the rest of the finance department. So every month, at every team brief, we would provide an update in terms of what is accreditation, what does it mean, what are the different aspects of accreditation, how would the organisation, how would the finance department benefit from going through the accreditation. And it was all about educating the finance department about what it means, and also keeping them updated on the progress of the journey. So every month, you know, we'd have something to update the finance team on. Getting towards, once the application had been submitted and the finance department kind of knew what was involved, it helped for whoever's leading on this to be really visible, go and talk to people, you know, in person, and have those good relationships, because through those good relationships, people, you know, the rest of the colleagues are more willing to help provide evidence and, you know, help with aspects of the accreditation, because as Suzanne said, everybody has to get involved. It's not one person running the show. And then on top of that, I think what was really good was we did loads of briefings taking everybody through the different aspects of accreditation, where we were doing well, where we needed to improve, and we did a lot of preparation sessions with the finance department in terms of if you're going for level 2 or level 3, you know you're going to have to be interviewed by an assessment team. So it's really useful to go through some of those questions. You know, once you've picked the people that are going to be in the interviews, just run through those questions, practice some of that, just so that they feel comfortable as well going through that process. And I think it really comes down to good communication, keeping everybody updated, and also being visible and keeping everybody engaged. And I think that's what excited the finance department, I think.
Thanks, Pam. So, Gavin, I've got another question for you. And it says, have you ever experienced any sort of challenges or frustrations when you've been really trying to promote or push the involvement of Value Makers Network within the organisations that you've worked? And how have you dealt with those?
I suppose getting buy-in from a range of people has always been a bit of an issue, that there'll be some people that see this as really important, and I'm fortunate that I've always had support from the top down in terms of that this is important in the organisations I've worked at. Engaging at the bottom level and sort of middle management levels has been more difficult in some scenarios. So I've started a Value Maker when I was a band 4, and I've kind of grown, and as I've progressed, gone into more senior roles, and I found now getting other people band 4 to start is more difficult because they see it as a more senior responsibility, which isn't the case at all. It's for anyone. So getting that buy-in from people can be really difficult, and sometimes you get some negative feedback around you're clearly not busy because you're able to do all this. Well, I'm really stressed doing my day job, and it's around understanding that ability to prioritise what's important, and it can be frustrating when you're trying to engage and do what's right, when you're getting people that maybe don't see the value in it and have a particular way of thinking. So it's really trying to win them over and sell the benefit. So when I found recently in my previous trust that we'd get a lot of pushback around it being month end, and people couldn't come to events like this because it's month end. But when we actually managed to get 1 or 2 of them there, they really enjoyed it, and they found it beneficial, and nothing went wrong with month end. They delivered just like they do every other month. We were talking earlier around one of the showcase sessions that we did on the staff survey, and I prepared everything for that session, but I didn't actually present because I wanted a wider spectrum of people to come along and present at those meetings, and it was people that wouldn't normally come and do it, so it took a little bit of coercing, got them to come and present, and they really enjoyed it, and they got a lot of benefit out of presenting that session as well. So it can be a struggle, but I think once people start engaging and start doing it, that's when they really start to see the benefit. So it's just getting over that initial hump sometimes.
I'm going to just build on that, if I can, Gavin, a little follow-on question. So take yourself back to Gavin, the band 4, who's picked up the mantle and sort of have led that within your organisation. So there's a question here that's about, it can be quite daunting, you know, particularly if you're a more junior member of staff, to be able to step into that space. So what advice would you give somebody in what's in it for me? You know, why do it?
So going back to the original meeting, I think, as Pam said, just do it. Just everybody do it. It's probably the best approach. For me, growing my network has been really important, especially now I'm going for more senior posts. I've got connections for people in deputies, DOFs, executive roles that I can go and ask advice for and support from. And I've built my personal network that will then come back and support me when doing something professionally. It's also helped me build my reputation. When I'm going for interviews, people potentially already know me. I've supported people in developing their own policies, in implementing training. So it's building my personal portfolio so that I'm known and recognised before I'm in the room, but also giving me the access to people to help me prepare and for more specific scenarios. So I think that's been the real benefit for me, is sort of overcoming some of my more introverted characteristics, building that network, and I appreciate it's hard when you're starting out, and especially if you don't have a supportive manager, it can be very difficult. I think ultimately most people are supportive, or at least don't want to be seen as not being supportive. So I think there is opportunity to develop, and you just have to start. And when you start presenting, every time you do it, it gets easier and you get better at it. So the earlier you start, the better position you'll be in later on in your career.
Thank you. Now, unfortunately, we've come to the end of the session, and I have got so many questions that have come in. So with your permission, if you're one of the people that's put these questions forward and you're here today, maybe people could grab you over coffee break and ask you. And if not, we might just gather these up and maybe sort of share them back out through the network, because I think there's some really great questions, and I do want people to sort of learn from your experiences. So we'll do that by the end of the day. So can I just say a massive, massive thank you to Pam and Gavin. It's been a wonderful session, and can we just thank them in the usual way? Okay, so we're going to take a quick break now. So if you're here for delegates in the room, coffee is at the back. We're going to be back here at 11:20. There's some stalls which we would encourage you to go and spend some time with, or grab Pam and Gavin if you want to have a chat about that session. For those online, if you could be back here, please, at 11:20, and we'll start the next section, which is on recruitment and retention. So thank you. Welcome back everybody. If you all got time to grab a quick refreshment, have a biscuit, sit down, prepare ourselves for the next session. So really looking forward to this next session. So we're going to have a conversation about recruitment and retention within the NHS, and that's following the recent launch of our promotion, retention and recruitment strategy earlier in the year. So we're going to have some good conversations, a little bit of insight from the panel about their involvement in this work, nationally and in their own organisations. We're going to run through some questions which Bushra's going to chair this session for us, actually, and then we'll open it up for questions from everybody. So I'm going to shuffle over there because I'm actually participating in this one. So I'm going to move my clipboard with me and hand over to Bushra.
Hi everybody, my name is Bushra Booth. I'm Senior Management Accountant at Wirral University teaching hospitals, and I'm going to be chairing the meeting today. So, would you all like to briefly introduce yourselves, please?
I'll start then. I'm Tom Shearer. I'm the Chief Finance Officer at Central and North West London NHS Foundation Trust. I'm also the CFO lead for the Insights Placement Scheme, which hopefully we'll talk a bit more about.
Hello everybody, I'm Laura Lippman. I'm interim CFO at Great Ormond Street, and nationally I lead on Access Accountancy social mobility work experience for the NHS. And with my team at GOSH, we're working on the talent management and retention strategy and talent development.
And I'm Suzanne Robinson. So the day job is Chief Finance Officer, Deputy Chief Exec at Greater Manchester Mental Health, which is a big mental health trust up in Manchester. The other activities I'm involved with, as you know, is obviously the Value Makers Network, but also the Future Focus Finance work. So I think we're going to share a little bit more about how we've been involved in that and what that means. So,
Really lovely to have you all here. So I'm going to start with the tough questions. I'm going to start with Laura first, please. What initiated the drive to start implementing your talent management plan, and what steps did you and colleagues take to start addressing this and forming a plan?
Okay. So first of all, I'm going to say that I think it's a joy and a real privilege of roles like these to be able to develop people and see them grow, and I find that really satisfying. So I bring that with every job I take on. So there wasn't a particular catalyst for me, but at Great Ormond Street, it certainly was joining about a year ago and talking to the team about what they wanted to achieve, being informed by the staff survey, and just talking to lots of staff about where do you want to go, what do you want to achieve, and that sort of crystallized quite quickly what everybody wanted to do.
Brilliant, thank you. Tom, so how did you engage organisations nationwide to participate in the scheme, and what are some of the key successes you've observed so far?
Thanks very much. So for those of you who don't know what the Insights programme is. It's a year-long paid placement for school leavers from a lower socio-economic background to come and get an insight into NHS Finance, with the idea of then going on and landing a substantive role after that, whether it's an apprenticeship or whatever role they see themselves fit for after their year's worth of experience. And I think engaging nationally was in a way turned out being like pushing at an open door. I think diversity of our senior leadership teams is something that or the lack of diversity is something we speak a lot about and is recognised. But a lot of people have been kind of struggling as to how we can have a big impact in that. So we ran a pilot in London as a bit of a proof of concept to take 5 young people from lower socio-economic backgrounds into our organisations and prove the value that not only can it bring to that young person, bringing them into employment, but also to the departments that have had the benefit of having people from a different background into their organisations as well. So I think proving the concept and then speaking about it and saying yes to every opportunity like this one to talk about the programme. And then watching the enthusiasm from the wider finance community in adopting something, almost the barrier of not knowing where to go and giving lots of teams a potential answer has really felt like pushing at an open door, and having that proof of concept has meant that we've been able to take to roll the programme out nationally and have 38 organisations that have put their hand up to roll this out, which has been brilliant. So I think pushing at an open door with everyone motivated within the finance community to make a difference, but perhaps not knowing actually logistically what do we do about it, proving the concept, it's then been like pushing at an open door, and I'm really excited to see not only the impact for young people and giving them an opportunity to come into employment, but even more excited about the impact that it can have on our departments and eventually on our senior leadership team as we look to try and sustainably change the face of our senior leadership teams nationally in NHS Finance.
Brilliant, that's brilliant. Thank you, Tom. Suzanne, what impact do you think the promotion, recruitment and retention strategy, along with the initiatives like the Insights Placement Scheme, will have on supporting and retaining staff?
Well, actually, I sit here with massive hope and optimism that this is going to have a huge, huge impact. So, building on a little bit of what Tom said there, when we were having conversations about how do we attract people to come and work in the NHS, me personally, I stumbled into it really. I didn't sort of have it sort of laid out to me as an opportunity. It was just fortuitous because when I was at university, and I was quite late to university, not your usual academic route in there, but I had a wonderful person who slid the brochure for the grad scheme across the table to me. Said, I think you'd be all right. I think you quite like this. You're quite values-driven, Suzanne. You'd think it'd be your sort of thing. If it hadn't have happened, I'd have never have known. I wouldn't have sort of naturally, I think, stumbled across it. So we sat there and thought, how do we attract different people from different backgrounds, different experiences, really draw on why we're all here, what binds us together is often our values and why we work for the health service. And we did have little goals there, mentioned it at the start, when we pressed Google and we're on page 9, we were like devastated. We want a career in finance, not to be, one of the big 4. We want it to be NHS because it's more than just a vocation, it's just such a fulfilling place to work, and you really do, it sounds corny, doesn't it, but you really do feel like you're making a difference to people's lives. So that sort of really spearheaded all the work around the careers website. If you've not seen the careers website, I'm sure I'm talking to a group of people who are, but if not, have a look, it's fabulous. There's loads of career stories on there from individuals who've, again, come into the NHS through all sorts of different routes, and it's how we make sure it's open to all those different routes. So getting out there and promoting it and speaking to people and going to schools, going to colleges, going to universities, wherever it is, and just saying, this is a great opportunity. And I think the other side of what me particular is interested in is supporting staff. And I think it's great if we attract everybody in, but it's rubbish if we don't retain them and keep them, because we don't give them a great experience and we don't have a great place to work and we don't pay attention, take care of their well-being whilst they're with us. So it's just as important. So some of the work again is just really sort of looking around and listening to people and why don't you have a great experience at work and things like, for me, things like appraisals. I've got a real bee in my bonnet about appraisals because I think, you know, every year we see the staff.
Oh, that's the hot. Sorry, that's the 11:30 alarm.
They did that on purpose, didn't they? They said, well, wait till she's talking and then we'll drown her out. We'll drown her out, yeah. Just as we're talking about appraisals. But the thing around appraisals, you know, it's one of those things that makes me weep when we get the staff survey results. It says 80% of people do a staff appraisal and only 20% get any value out of it. I just think, gosh, that's terrible. So we need to support our staff in a way to have a great experience through an appraisal. And if you're giving one, be trained to be able to give a great appraisal, and that's the sort of things through supporting staff side of our work in ONF is creating the resources that are there to give that experience to people if they're struggling in that area. So I could talk to you for hours, and I really don't. There'll be Shepherd's hooking me off the stage if I don't be quiet, so others can speak.
So that's got the paperwork on there.
It's all there.
Show you how to do it, so that would be really helpful. So question for everybody. What advice would you give to other organisations on securing senior leadership support and buy-in from staff in raising awareness for recruitment and retention initiatives? To start with, Tom?
Happy to start and have a go at that one. I think there's two things that can help motivate, especially as finance professionals. One is data and information. There is so much data and information out there that says, as a profession, we aren't doing everything we can do to make our departments as inclusive and happy places to be. So I think appealing to our profession by using that information and data to evidence a problem. I think as we would say to all of our services when talking to them about finance, is evidencing the problem is only half or even less than half of the battle. How about the solutions? And the solutions are also there. I think you look at all of the One NHS Finance literature that's out there, particularly in the recruitment and retention strategy. There are so many things, practical things we can be doing to make a difference. Suzanne, you mentioned going and talking in schools. Every school, every provider of NHS services has a number of schools that is their local school. Your local school will be there to go and talk to. So I think there's lots of practical things we can do to make a difference. Once we've got people understanding the fact that we do have a problem that we all need to act in order to change, and to change sustainably. It's not just about taking one action here or one action there. It's a whole host of things that we need to do over a long period of time in order to improve not just our recruitment, to the point as well around retention. And I think both go perfectly hand in hand. If we get the right people into our organisations with the right attitudes, you start to create a culture that makes people happier and stay around for a bit longer. So I think those two things, a bit of evidence if people are not believers, plus pointing to the huge amount of resource that we've got that says what and how you can do something about it.
Right, well, I would sort of add to that, and I would say that we are a people business, right? We care for people, but we also are employing thousands of people in Britain, and we need to look after our staff, and you are all a wonderful group of people, and you're an amazing asset to your employers. And I think we need to, when we engage with senior leadership teams, say we need to work with the people who are with us already because they want to work with us, and we need to retain them, we need to develop them, and we need to listen to them in what they want to have in terms of opportunities for development. There is a war for talent out there. I think many large employers struggle to employ staff. We are not the only ones, and I think we need to recognize that we need to work with the talent we have, and that should be the first step. It should be really self-evident, and I would say, coming back to the data point, if I think about my trust, just having a reduction in agency through letting a number of people act up in order to develop them has saved more than £100,000 a year. So there is the cold hard facts, there could be savings in developing our people. So I would say that's kind of the kind of argument I would take if I had to convince somebody of the importance of this agenda.
I think for me, we talk about senior leadership buy-in. I mean, one would hope it was there naturally, wouldn't they? Because I would always go to the sort of human factor. So I don't think it is about seniority or where you might sit in a sort of hierarchy of people. We should all care about people, and we should all pay attention to these sorts of things. So I'd always hope to start there. and then encourage people to invest in and pay attention to all of these things, because they're an important part of developing the team and being successful and all the things that Tom and Laura have talked about. I guess on the flip side of that, you're always going to find some people that find it all a bit fluffy. I think, oh, this is, we've got to get on and do the job. And I think even if you draw on the evidence and the data, if you've got people who see it from that perspective, it's not great for any of us if we have continuous turnover and we have to start again, and we lose talent and we lose corporate knowledge, or we lose somebody who started that piece of work but didn't quite finish. So whichever angle you look at it, and you might need to tweak and change that, well, let's try and get everyone over onto the left side of the argument there in what I described. But the evidence, the data, you're absolutely right, Tom, it's there to show that investing in the way and doing all of the things that we're going to talk about today give results. There is a tangible sort of correlation between the accreditation, for example, and results. And being involved in that, there's facts and figures that you can point to it if you need to do that. But hopefully that's where we go to, if we have to. But let's focus on that sort of spirit that we have in the NHS to guide us in the first way.
Thank you, guys. So, Laura, could you tell us more about the development of the talent pipeline, recruitment and apprenticeships within your organisation?
Okay, so I'm going to say really holistically, sometimes I go to meetings where we talk about maybe a lack of talent pipeline from 8C and above, and I think that's completely wrong. I think a talent pipeline starts with work experience, it then starts with apprenticeships, and it starts with building a pipeline consistently. It does take time and investment, and I think it's incredibly important that to drive diversity of thought, diversity of background, diversity of experience, we offer work experience to people who might otherwise really struggle to get access to the roles we offer. So work experience is one, and I think the inside placements is an amazing opportunity on that. And the second is to have apprenticeships. So I introduced 2, and I think we're doing a third one now, a level 3 apprenticeship. And it was astounding to see the level of applications in the hundreds for these roles. So I would say there's enormous need and hunger out there from young people for these apprenticeships. So I would say that's incredibly important. So that is the talent pipeline where it starts. And then I think it continues with supporting staff to be able to take professional qualifications, because we are in finance. Finance qualifications, I go on about this quite a bit. I think they're important for progression. They open doors, you own them. The people taking them own them. Your employer doesn't own them, you own them. And try to encourage our staff through the appointment of a dedicated training provider to start or recommend study at any level, AAT, CIMA, ACCI, pretty much anything anybody wants to do. And I'm quite excited. I'm currently working with my institute, so I'm a chartered accountant, on creating a level 7 apprenticeship, which will be dedicated to having the ACA qualification in the NHS. Because I think that's lacking, and I'd love to see people take that on. But that's sort of a bit of a holistic approach to talent management.
Thank you, brilliant. Suzanne, how can leaders and managers support their staff to ensure they feel nurtured and supported throughout their careers, helping them stay engaged so that we can retain our talented people?
Big question. There's a really practical answer to that is go and take a look on the ONF website, because there's loads of great resources there to help you with it. But I think for me it's in making staff feel valued, nurtured, I think was the word you used there. I think for me it's always been, whichever teams I've worked in, is to genuinely be interested in my teams, and at any level I can create some sort of personal relationship with individuals. Now I know that, we're all going out every week at each other because you've got big teams, but actually it's really important to spend time with your teams, and whether it's through sort of annual or biannual events coming together as a team and doing team building activities, whether it's about one-to-one relationships, whether it's having a genuine open door policy where people can come and speak to you. Talent management, you talked about there. We're doing the talent management work in our organisation at the moment. And we did the launch. We said, here's the national talent management work and did a presentation about it. But for some people within the team, they still felt actually we don't know how practically we'll take it forward. And I've had some interesting and really valuable conversations on an individual level with people that just talks that through. Doesn't mean I'm necessarily filling the boxes out and completing that, but I think paying attention to and having an interest and wanting to guide and support staff to fulfil their potential or just feel valued and part of a team is just part of what we should be doing as managers and leaders at any level.
That's brilliant, thank you. Law, in your opinion, how will the implementation of your 4 focus areas of talent management improve efforts around recruitment and retention for the organisation?
Okay, so the 4, I think they're based on a case study I put together, so I just quickly highlight what they are. One is to have a study support group, so I've set that up. This is really for our students or would-be students to come together. It's currently on a quarterly basis, to have a really supportive group of people and to talk about exams we'd like to take or not take. Exam success is really about celebrating success, but it's also a really safe space to talk about an exam we might have failed. And it then turns out that many people struggle with the same papers, like audit, for example, and then we collectively find a solution to maybe talk to our auditors and get somebody to talk and attend a stock count. And it's a really constructive group, but it's a safe environment. And they're now supported with a dedicated first tuition, so we have a tender to have an apprenticeship provider and a dedicated professional qualifications learning provider. So that's one. We've introduced lunch and learns. So this is within the finance team to have really informal sessions where parts of our team present to the rest of the team about what they do. And it's a really wonderful platform. So we've had procurement, we've had income, costing, contracts. We've had all manner of teams talk to each other about the value they add and what they do in their day-to-day. And I think it's been hugely informative. It's also a really wonderful way to start presenting in a safe environment with your own colleagues. There's been where we set up an informal mentoring, a buddy scheme where we have about 10 pairs of people being mentored by somebody else, and of course strongly encourage everybody to be on the sponsorship program. So I'm a sponsor as well, and I'm really happy to say that since I've started, we have quite a few members of staff who are now also on the sponsorship program, which I couldn't praise highly enough. I think it's incredibly important, and if you don't know about it, if you haven't looked it up, do look it up now. And do sign up. I think it really is an amazing program. And I feel like the 4th one is just around providing or having provided acting up opportunities, being really open to allow people to, even when there's a sense of reluctance, to make sure this is an opportunity to learn, and it's okay to not want to do it again afterwards, but we can all learn from it, and to take pride in being a bit brave and take stretching assignments. And that's sort of the 4 quadrants, I would say, of the approach. And it can only be done really with a team that's really open for this as well and feels supportive and supports other colleagues when somebody is acting into a role and says, well done you, and we're here to support you. So it's a team effort, but it's multifaceted. And I would also say, in terms of recruitment, we've done something, I think is slightly unusual, organized photographs of the team, so only people who would like to volunteer. I haven't forced anybody to have photos taken. I know people feel strongly about this. But those who wanted to, we've come together, we've had medical photography, so people who don't charge a lot of money but take amazing photographs, take photos of our team, which are then now being used in our recruitment. And that's I think it's a really authentic way for us to advertise because it shows real people. It's not staged actors, and it also shows the kind of team we have, which is a wonderful team, and that's been very successful. So we have a lot of interest now, and it's helped reduce our agency as well. So that's sort of a canter through the model.
That's brilliant, because you're all growing together, aren't you? So,
right, yeah.
Yeah, and supporting each other. No shame in failing exams. I failed my senior exam, F3, 7 times, but I passed it and I'm chartered.
Well, there you go. Wonderful.
Yeah,
well done.
You can get through it. Sorry. Suzanne, how is the promotion, recruitment and retention strategy addressing the need for flexible working arrangements and the well-being of finance staff?
I failed all my A-levels disastrously, by the way. And, I think it's such an important point you make about that. There's knocks all the way, aren't there, on sort of an academic journey, and with every setback there's always another opportunity that comes, so that's a whole other story. That's another panel. That's another panel. Yeah. So in terms of how the strategy is supporting flexible working, well, it's just changed, hasn't it? You know, post-COVID, the way we work on a normal day-to-day basis has changed, and the flexibility I think that brings for people has improved demonstrably, hasn't it? And this strategy will really again pay attention to the importance of that. So if you can imagine within your team somebody who comes to work every day and works really hard and adds such value and has the best outputs, but actually, they've got a young family at home and flexibility would be beneficial to let them start a little bit later or finish a little. We'd take that, wouldn't we? Rather than being absolutely rigid and that you need to be here to here, and because valuing again and retaining people and attracting people because we have that flexible approach, but actually, we're also sort of clear about what the requirements and the demands of the job are. It'll be great for bringing people into our workforce. Does sort of obviously lead to the well-being aspects of it too, and I think it was Pam. I think you were talking about the well-being part, and I think it's for us. We need to be really deliberate about this and prioritise it. I think prioritise was the word that you used, Pam. About, of course, we've got such busy days. We could literally work 24/7, and there'd still be something to do on the to-do list, wouldn't there? Yeah. But to prioritise and if we've got time booked out, which is time with the team and a deadline, not sacrifice that. Cancel that. You wouldn't think about missing the deadline, but why would we cancel that? So I think really, genuinely prioritising it and making it important to look after each other's well-being and our own as a team is really, 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 really important. And obviously I will take opportunity to do a bit of promo and plug-in as I'm sat here, because it's the Health and Wellbeing conference coming up in January. We're going to restart the training for the Health and Wellbeing ambassadors. We've not had that for a few months now, so we're going to get that training back up and running in January time as well. So listening and hearing to the people who've been involved in the Health and Wellbeing Network is incredible. In my organisation, whenever anyone's been involved, they come back rejuvenated, bursting with ideas and things to implement within teams. So little promo.
Yeah, it's important. Tom, so what benefits have the Insights placement students gained so far on the scheme, and what benefits for the NHS staff and organisations working with these placement students?
So I think, kind of taking those two separately, I think the benefits to the individuals coming into the roles are that, I think to the point around, I think Sam made the point around, you don't necessarily know that this great opportunity that exists for us to have careers that can be long and really fulfilling in the NHS exists. I certainly didn't when I was at school. So I think hopefully there's a benefit far wider reaching that all of the schools we've gone into and spoken to people, not just the people that have come onto the programme, but there might be multiple people out there that have just had something triggered in them that they might think, do you know, I might think about a career in the NHS. Maybe it's not finance. Maybe I'm better at, I don't know, portering or something else. That they've had a trigger given to them around these amazing careers and fulfilling careers that we can have. So hopefully the impact that we've had is far greater than we know. But for the young people coming in, they have an opportunity to come and experience something that they didn't know exists, and that they almost certainly wouldn't have got without the programme. And we know that from the 5 in the London pilot, 4 of them are continuing to work in the NHS. And I still think for the one that's not, it was a really valuable experience to learn that, do you know what? NHS Finance isn't for me. And I think having it as an insights programme before you're stuck into exams and the intimidation of having to do something straight away that, I mean, I remember looking at my first accountancy paper and thinking, I'm just not intelligent enough to know the answers to that. And you kind of get there in time, but to have that space to learn about, one, what it's like to have a job, and 2, lots of different parts of NHS Finance, gives you a kind of, not a soft landing because it's still a paid job, but an opportunity to experience something in a supportive environment that allows you to explore what might be right for you, and importantly as well, what might not be right, so that when you go on to have a future career, you've kind of got people who know a little bit about what they're getting themselves in for, and also have experienced different parts of finance, because that's something I didn't appreciate, that actually I'm not that good at maths, and I'm not that good with spreadsheets. But But that doesn't mean I can't be a good accountant. And likewise, there might be someone who's not that good with people who can still be a fantastically amazing accountant. And I think that's something you can learn in that year, that, you know what, there is a part of our department that is right for me. And this kind of image of what it is to be an accountant is wrong. And I think that's something fundamentally that I hope, looking forward at what it will change for our departments and for our profession, is that image of what it is to be an accountant is changed from the 20 years ago, probably a white man who's come from a good educational background. That's what an accountant looks like, and that is just total rubbish in every way. And I think being able to help prove that and educate our departments and others into that is a really exciting thing. And I think not only the impact now of having people with different perspectives and different experiences within our departments, yes, that's great on a small scale, but think about in 10 years' time when there's 380 people that have come through the Insights programme that are in every nook and cranny of our departments. To the point on evidence, we know that the more diverse our senior leadership teams are, there's been studies done in the private sector that shows that private companies are more profitable if their leadership teams are more diverse. We know that we'll be providing a better service to our patients and our staff if we have more diverse teams. So the impact that we're having now is clear to see, but the impact of us committing to this for another 10 years will, I think, be immeasurable. And ultimately what we're all here for, whilst it feels sometimes quite distant, that ultimately by committing to something like this, what we're all here for and providing an NHS that's effective and efficient as possible for our patients and taxpayers, we'll be achieving that by doing stuff like this.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, just to add to that then, what are your future plans for the scheme? Where would you like to see it go, and any lessons learnt?
So future plan, I say yes to every opportunity like this because I get to have a catch up with people like Law, who even as before we came on this stage, we were talking about how we might be able to connect the Insights programme to Access Accountancy, because the first aim is to embed the programme within the NHS and within every region in the country, and make sure that we've got, because I'm very conscious that unless we make sure it's embedded nationwide, we're by definition perpetuating inclusivity issues. What if London is really great for it, but another part of the country isn't? Actually, those people who come from that background in that part of the country are not getting the same opportunity as everyone else. So that's the first, is to embed the programme like we have done this year, and to keep it going, and to make sure that we've got more and enough organisations that are fully committed to the programme. Then next, it's about plugging it in to all the other initiatives like Access Accountancy, to think about how we can, when we go to schools and colleges, we're delivering one message. And it's not just about the Insights programme, it's about lots of other things. And then to the point of, won't it be great when we've got 380 of these young people in our departments in 10 years' time? That will only be great if we're continuing to support them. Like, for example, we do people who come through the graduate scheme. I came through the graduate scheme and was, I wouldn't quite say spoon-fed, but I was given everything I needed to make a success of my career. It was there for me. And that's great, and I don't think we should stop it. But we should make sure that opportunity is available for people from different backgrounds as well. Otherwise, again, we'll be perpetuating the diversity challenge that we've got by giving better opportunities to those that are from better educated backgrounds, or not better but further educated backgrounds. So I think that's the challenge. Embed it, connect to other programmes, and then make sure we're really supporting and developing people that have come through the programme to have long and successful careers like we do with others in the NHS.
Yeah. Okay, so the last question for everybody is, from me, is what key takeaways would you like the audience to take away from this session? Do you want to start, Suzanne?
Yeah. What key takeaway from this session? I think just think about what you've heard today, and think about what one thing, I'm passing it, see how I'm passing the action on here. What one thing can you take back into your organisation to have a conversation about, whether you recognise these initiatives or you don't. If you don't, maybe you want to have a conversation with your senior team saying, I heard this today at the Value Makers, what are we doing about it? Or what could we do about it? Or if you are aware of the Insight programme, how are we embedding it? So this is where the strength of this network and our movement, isn't it? Because it's not just because Tom's talking about, or Laura's talking about, or I'm talking about, it's because it's something for all of us. And there is genuinely a role for everybody in this room in some way, in something that's resonated with you, or you want to know a bit more about, or you're just passionate about it and you want to help springboard it into your organisation. So my one take home is take a one take home.
Thank you.
I would say there's so many ideas around. Just be creative. I know that you will have lots of ideas that maybe you haven't taken anywhere, and I would just say, somebody once said to me, seek forgiveness, not permission. Just try and do it. And I think, again, it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. I think we're all strapped for funding. But if I think about a recruitment campaign where I didn't get an expensive agency to take photos, but like medical photography, we all have those in our trust, in most trusts, and they charge very reasonable rates, and often award-winning photographers. And you can have a benefit there as well, because the staff that volunteered also got professional portraits taken, which of course would normally cost a lot of money, and they could use those for LinkedIn or for something else, for other applications. So there's a win-win. We have a lot of resources. We have wonderful comms teams who can help with wording as well. So try and speak to those teams in your own trust and get creative, I think.
And so I think building on some of those points as well is that seeing that what we've discussed today is something that you can all impact on. I wasn't a CFO when we started the Insights programme. I just had the idea, and one NHS Finance and other people are there to facilitate that. So to see that actually, I mean, spoke about pushing at an open door earlier. I feel like I'm pushing at an open door with all of you here, because you're all here, you're clearly all engaged, forward thinkers and interested in recruitment and retention and the development of our finance department. So I guess I'd encourage you to be brave. Look at the recruitment and retention strategy. There's lots of stuff in there that you can all do tomorrow or get involved in. So I think see it as your business, which I think that you do, but also understand that you all can have an impact. And I think a lot of the best ideas and programs that I've seen come through departments that I've worked in. Sure, senior management have to buy into them, but the good ideas come from everyone at every level of the organisation, right from the senior leadership team to the whole organisation. So know that you'll be supported through one NHS Finance or other streams to make a difference and make a change, because we're really lucky in NHS Finance that we have these networks and this network. So use them and know that you individually can make a massive difference by the things that you do. Even if it's go and give one talk to a group of 30 young people in a college, you could make a difference to 1, 2, 3 people and make a difference to their lives just by that one talk. So don't underestimate what the power and impact that you can have.
Thank you very much, Tom. Brilliant. Okay, so that's the questions from me. Has anybody else got any questions in the audience? Deadly silence. Come on, you must have questions. Thank you.
Hi there. I'm Satha from Nelft. The question for all three of you, actually, is a very interesting question. You can talk about the recruitment. You go to school, talking to all these youngsters, you're encouraging them to join NHS, whether it's finance or anywhere. And at the same time, you are recruiting. And what's the point recruiting these people if you don't grow your own product? So that means your own team. So I'm asking the question to all three of you, Tom, Lau, and Suzanne. What will you do if you have vacancies in your finance team, all qualified people? Will you go and look for that higher banding within your own team, or you're going for recruitment externally? What will you do, actually? My point is, actually, if you don't grow your own product, no point of recruiting youngsters, bringing them, coming here. And if you don't encourage them, if you don't grow your own product, you are failed. So otherwise, so they're not going to study, they're not going to go up the ladder. So what will you do? Thank you.
Happy to kick off.
Yeah, I'm happy. Do you want to go first?
Well, I'm going to go. I guess when it comes to attracting people to come early, and absolutely agree with you. That's why we're, I think, all quite enthusiastically talking about developing talent. I guess I have a view of the NHS finance family that's wider than my organisation. And so if I can encourage people, and secretly be a bit devastated if somebody wants to leave. But if I can encourage people to go into progression or alternative roles within the NHS family, then I will do that just as much as attracting people to come into my team. So I think if it's talking about progression and opportunities, I would encourage everybody in my team to fulfil their potential. But I would also encourage them to, if that means that you need to get experience outside my organisation, then I'd encourage them and support them to do that too, because I will always believe that if you have that approach to somebody's career, they may well want to come back to you, later in their career when another opportunity comes. And if you leave a lasting impression as a great place to work or a great set of people to work with, they'll always want to come back. So I say it's both of those things. I think we have to grow our own, we have to support our people to develop and grow, but we've also got to encourage them to go elsewhere if that will benefit them and hopefully come back.
Thank you. So can I add to that? There's a question come in. Do you feel agenda for change pay bands and then trust criteria on job descriptions inhibit people applying for the NHS Finance?
So I can take that, or I can try and have a go at that one. I think that a lot of our job descriptions out there in NHS Finance do prohibit a diverse range of recruitment. The extent to which the Agenda for Change pay scale dictates that is a much debated subject within departments. From personal experience, where you can challenge that, you can have success. So I'm quite passionate about the need for having either X amount of years of NHS experience or a degree. You don't need either of those things to be a chief finance officer in the NHS, let alone all the other jobs that are out there. And actually, whilst you have challenge from some departments around the need, I think it's a lot more flexible than we think. So I think there probably is some work that needs to be done on ensuring that our Agenda for Change bandings aren't prohibitive in terms of what we're doing. But I do think that they are a lot less prohibitive than possibly even some HR departments think, and making sure we challenge that and are really evidence-based in what we're doing is really important, because I completely accept the point that lots of our job descriptions, as they are currently written, are prohibitive to some people applying, but I think a lot of that is within our control and within our ability to change how things are worded. And I think sitting down with HR colleagues and really understanding ourselves around what is it that's driving particular bandings. It might be particular language or words, and one of them isn't degree or years of NHS experience. So I think we can challenge what we have, and I think I see a lot of job descriptions that are prohibitive and can definitely be changed. So that's another thing I'd encourage people that are in charge of recruitment, have a look at your job descriptions before you go out, because I know we're all busy, and I know actually it's much easier to take a job description off the shelf and just go out and try and fill the post. But that can be really prohibitive to someone who's picking it up thinking, well, that's not me then. And actually, I'm not going to be brave enough to apply anyway. I'm just going to put that application form down and pick up another one. So yes, I think we do need to challenge it, but I think we can challenge it ourselves and change our descriptions a lot.
Can I just add a little bit on before you move on to another question? Because I totally agree with what Tom's just said. And I'd even extend it into the recruitment process, the interview process. Yeah. And so, it bothers me sometimes, when we have a recruitment process that's so rigid around answer X requires X amount of points, and therefore you have that just bothers me. So, recently we were doing some recruitment we were developing some internships in my organisation from students. And we were saying, actually, instead of putting them through an interview process that they've probably never had an interview before and sort of marking them in this sort of NHS way, how do we recruit somebody for passion, enthusiasm, dedication, hard work, because we can teach them, and that's what we'll do. We'll support them, teach them a lot of things. But why can't we just widen our lens on what actually is going to be somebody? Go back to your point earlier about, a traditional accountant looks like this or has, can we just broaden that and be much more sort of open in our approach to not only attracting but actually getting through the process and helping people want to come here?
I'm just adding a little bit, sorry, Flo, just adding a little bit more onto that when you're asking the questions in interviews or doing tests. We've been told that you can approach it a different way, maybe perhaps give them 3 questions to start with, so they're all starting at the fair point, and then they're unseen questions. So there's lots of things we can do. Sorry, Laura, go on.
No, I was just going to say, I think it is multifaceted. I am not sure it's always prohibitive. I do think having just advertised the level 3 where we had over 200 applicants, I don't think it's the money. I think it's not prohibitive always. And to be fair, every trust I've worked in said they couldn't recruit. And I think sometimes for different reasons. And I think sometimes you just need to question why is that. And I think it's going to market differently or trying to think about where do you advertise, who do you speak to, how do you engage with your local community, how do you make sure they are aware of what you do. That I think can unlock a lot of those issues, which is something you can do without changing Agenda for Change, which I think is a mammoth task.
So there's a question here, Laura, for you. Do you find that with work being flexible since the pandemic, it has been easier to not only recruit but retain staff?
I'm not sure I've been in my current trust long enough to give a fully studied answer in terms of having all the data ready. I do think there is a shift I'm certainly a lot more accepting maybe that pre-pandemic of people saying, I can't do this, I can't do that, or I'd rather work from home, I'd like to do this kind of flexible arrangement. I'm not sure that I've been in my organization long enough to see that it has made a huge impact on retention, but I'd like to think so. I do think it's about treating all of our colleagues as adults, and it comes back to your point about it should be about results. It shouldn't be about presenteeism, where we are and how many hours we are. As long as you do your role, that's how it should work, right? It's about agility.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, is there any other questions? Right, I do have another question here. So I'm going to ask this one. Do the panellists, so it must be to all of you, think all new staff should be rotated to shadow a variety of roles as part of their induction, including time in non-finance fields? Good question.
So I'm happy to start with that. I think the most important thing is with a new starter and with all of our staff, back to the appraisal system, is that every case is treated on an individual basis, and that we're keen to understand and learn for what that particular individual wants. I think that likely, yes, that is going to be a good experience for almost all of our staff to understand the wider department, to understand the wider part of the trust. Yes, I think that would be a really good offer for most. But I think above that is more understanding each individual and their requirements. That's the manager's role, to make sure that they understand whether actually there might be someone who just wants to come in, do their job and leave. And that is what makes them happy. And actually they're really uncomfortable doing these things. That probably isn't the majority of our staff, but it will be some of them. So I do think, yes, that sounds like a fantastic model to have as an induction, to make sure that people are inducted into lots of different parts of the organisation, and that especially and outside of finance as well, a brilliant model. And yes, but for the right people. And actually more importantly is that we're considering every individual when they start and through their appraisal process and what is right for them.
Well, I'd love to see a trust that shows rotation. I think it's very exciting. I'm familiar with that. And before I joined the NHS, that graduates would rotate through different teams. I think you just have such a wider appreciation of the whole organisation, and I think I would take it further. Why don't we do that within our ICSs? And wouldn't that be an amazing experience? I think it would benefit all of our staff. But again, it takes that willingness and that effort, but I think it's a wonderful idea. And maybe somebody can make this happen and then talk here next year. I think that would be...
Wow. This is working now. Oh. Hello? So I guess the importance of that question, because it is a really important question, I think, is a really good induction. And whether that's necessarily shadowing and rotating through every department, but we've done some work, haven't we, on looking at Meg, she's eyeballing me there, but we've done some really important work on what is a good induction, because if you come, if you've never worked in the NHS before, it's your first job, or you worked somewhere else and you were really familiar with it and it's just a bit different where you come now, it's really important to have a good induction, because you can find, as your newness tag wanes a little bit, people don't want to ask and think, oh gosh, people are going to assume I know everything and I know what's happening over there and I know what well, they don't. So just to give a really good induction, and there is a checklist and there is one on the ONF website to help, it is just really, really important. What I will always do in my organisation, I meet every new starter in my trust, sometimes in little groups, sometimes in individuals, but I meet everybody. And the conversation is always, where do you come from, how did you come here, and I always will encourage them. And it's for those that remember the HFMA Knowing the Business theme from a good few years ago, just the importance of knowing our business. And not just knowing the business, but understanding your role within our business, because we're fundamental to it. We don't just sit in the background somewhere tinkering with spreadsheets. We're fundamental to the running of the health service. So I will always encourage my teams to bring your spreadsheets to life. Go and spend some time with the teams that you're working with, understand what they're doing and how they're doing it, and see your role working alongside them. Not only because it will make you do a better job, but it's really interesting. It's really interesting. Your point. I mean, we were blessed on the grad scheme, and so I think just because we're on the grad scheme, it shouldn't just be for those that are on the grad scheme. How do you get that experience for everybody to see how wonderful our services are and how wonderful the people that are in them are? I'm very lucky to have an induction in ambulances and things and seeing all sorts of things. It was fab, but we need everybody to be able to have those opportunities to go and really feel what it feels like to work in service too.
It's important. Thank you. So I've got another question here that is, I've lost it then. What support are the employees on the Insights programme given when the programme ends? Do you want to answer that?
So that's a huge question that is, I wish you'd asked me that question a year ago, because as we were running the London pilot, it was something that what we did provide to them. We have a development day where we do CV writing, application form, where to find jobs, how to be in an interview, all of the skills and that you would hope you would need for that. But what we didn't do is do the other side, which is engaging with all of the organisations to say, we've got these 5 young people coming through, they're amazing, what opportunities have you got? And that was a big lesson learned for us. So a big focus on, for this year's cohort, I guess the first cohort proper, is not only that we're providing them with where to look for jobs, what jobs might be out there, how to apply for them, what language to use, how to have an interview, how to be, and to provide that development for them, but also proactively supporting them into roles. And that was a big learning from the pilot. We toyed with having a second year or a second stage, but instead we're asking regions and organisations to consider what the next step, whether it's apprenticeships that Laws mentioned and our need to have more apprenticeships in the NHS, more development posts that would be perfect for people like this, or it's to just consider the fact that there are people coming through and what opportunities there might be for them. So we can give them all the skills in the world. We need to make sure that we're doing the other side, which is providing that infrastructure and network for these young people to know where to look and for organisations to know that these young people are coming through and is there any opportunity that they could apply for. So a good question to bring and ask. If you've got, look at your posts, look at whether they could be turned into training or development posts. And as we approach June or July, there's Insights placements in pretty much every facet of the country. Think about where they might be and whether they might be appropriate for opportunities and proactively outreach, much like the sponsorship programme, and make sure that we're proactively doing outreach for these young people to support them, especially in the early parts of their career. And as Law mentioned, competition is really tough for jobs, and it's quite easy for these young people to be lost in 200 applicants to particular apprenticeships. So as per similarly to the sponsorship programme, how we can actively champion these young people into roles is really important.
Thank you. I'm going to ask this last question. We currently have a vacancy freeze as in turnaround, like most places. But how can we retain the staff we do currently have without the risk of burnout? Who wants to say that?
I mean, it's just, you go back to the start of the day where we talked about the things that we want to sort of supercharge through some of the ONF work. And, that does fall into the category of, we're working in probably a bit of a different environment, it feels, than perhaps 2 years ago. And vacancy freezes and vacancy factors and those sorts of process are probably prevalent in a number of organisations as we sort of grapple with the financial challenges around this. And that's really tough. It is really tough. But it's what we've got to do, and it goes back to a lot of what we've talked about before, is when you're asking a group of people who are working really, really hard and working really diligently and absolutely coming to work and doing their best every day in those sorts of circumstances, it just emphasises the point to pay even more attention, to prioritise that time for development and well-being and all of those things, because they're working in really difficult circumstances. So I think start with just acknowledging that, but making sure that we really genuinely, not just say it, but we genuinely take the time to pay attention to it, because it's really, really, really tough. And I think going back to the gentleman's question there, when we have got some sort of factors that sort of wrap around us and make it a little bit more challenging, recruitment freezes or those sorts of things, it's how we absolutely focus on development within our teams at the same time, across our teams. Maybe it is shadowing, maybe it is other opportunities, maybe it is secondments, but just still make sure that we are not doing the development because of some of these things that are there for us, because we need to do more of those things when times are quite so tough.
Thank you. Okay, we've still got time, so I'm going to go through as much questions as I can. Sorry. Have you implemented development roles within your trust where colleagues are supported to progress up bands in roles, for examples, band 6s and 7s?
So I might start with this one. So I don't think we've upbanded as such, but maybe we're talking about the same thing. I'm not sure what that question is getting to, but we've implemented certainly acting up opportunities for up to 6 months from an 8D, an 8B, an 8A, a 7, a 5. Yeah. So it's kind of cascaded through the whole team, and I think that's been just unlocking so many opportunities for so many people. Yes. And I think then every second person is acting up into something, which is really wonderful because everybody gets that opportunity. And that's been something which I think has been really well received. And I think it's easy to do. And coming back to the previous question, I think even if you are in turnaround, this is something you could still do. And it doesn't require more staff. It doesn't require agency staff. It doesn't require more vacancies or new posts. So coming back to also what you said, I think it's thinking about the people we have. How do we enable them to do better and more of what they want to achieve by thinking about that? So in that sense, yes. I think the short answer is yes.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I completely agree with Laura's point. And I think, yes, we've seen the implementation of roles that sit between two bands, especially if they're developmental roles where people are doing exams. That's absolutely fine and definitely possible and a good thing to do, especially for retention, so that if someone's coming into a role while they're studying, if they then progress through their exams, there's a mechanism for making sure that they're able to move. And I think apprenticeships are really good for that. As you go through particular stages, your pay changes as you progress. So that's kind of built into the apprenticeship model already. I would echo Laura's point as well around acting up. I think there's no better opportunity for departments than when someone leaves or when someone isn't there for whatever reason. And it's the perfect opportunity for both sides to test the water in terms of doing different roles and getting the opportunity to test whether it's something they want to do, as well as whether it's something that works for the department as well. So I think whilst there's a limit to which acting ups can be implemented, especially in a world of vacancy freezing and everything else that we've got, it's a win-win for everyone, I think.
Thank you. So I think this could be the last question. Somebody's asking on the panel, their trust denied them to study AAT. What can they do? I think I could answer that. They could go down the apprenticeship levy route, but whoever that is, if they want to come and chat to us later, we can do that. So who can get involved with promoting careers at school and colleges, and where do people start?
So I would say, this is a personal view, I would say everyone can. And I would say that my experience from going into schools and colleges to talk about careers is that in most pockets of deprivation in London, I'm not the right person to be doing it because they don't identify with me. I didn't grow up in London. I don't look like them in a lot of cases. So actually, it's the senior. We're not going to change the demographic if we're sending the senior teams who aren't a representation of the demographic in. So I would say that it's everyone that can, particularly people from local areas areas that are working in their trust, and that is where we've had the biggest impact. We had 13 applicants from one school when we had the right people, and that wasn't directors of finance going in and giving a talk to young people because they could identify and see themselves in this person and think, do you know what, that's right, rather than this is just another person telling me I can do something that I can't. So I think it's really important that we see it as everyone's role. That said, if you do anything within the works badge and in working time, you have to seek approval of your manager and your teams. But I would certainly say, and you can tell them that I said it, that it's everyone's job and everyone's responsibility, and everyone should be given that if you want to go, especially if it's your old school or something else, go and do it. It's not only a brilliant thing for those young people to hear, it's amazing to do as well. It's so invigorating to go and do something different to working with a spreadsheet or counting savings. It really does give you a new lease of life to do it. So I'd encourage any of you to go and do it, and the answer has to be everyone from me.
If I may just add to that, some of us are introverts, including myself, and you might find it a bit daunting to sort of go out there, find a school to talk to. So many trusts have a widening engagement lead. So my previous trust had an amazing role like that, and they sit either in workforce or recruitment, and their job is to widen engagement with the local community. So I'm sure many of your organizations have those leads. Look them up, try and take some biscuits, meet them. They will be inspiring people, and they will be able to tell you which schools are always badgering to actually have somebody from finance talk to them. So all that demand is there, and you can just find that one person, and they could then make that transition maybe a bit easier for you to find which place to talk to.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. That's been a really interesting discussion today. Thanks for your time, and it's really good to see what the senior leadership team are doing to support staff in the NHS. I'd like to thank them in their usual way, please.
Thank you. Multitasking here. I've got lots of stuff in my hands as well. So thanks ever so much, Bush, for chairing the session for us. So there's one thing that's keeping you from lunch at the minute, and that is me. So I will not keep you any longer than we need to be. But just to echo what Bush has said, thank you for our panellists, particularly obviously Tom and Laura, for their contributions. And I hope you all got something from it. And we won't forget that we've given you an action there as well. You've got to take something from this session, whether it's this one or later on today, and take it back into your organisations. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch now. We will be back at 1:10, where Rich is going to tell us everything Evo. So go and enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 1:10. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you've had a chance to grab some lunch, grab a quick drink. We've got a really great programme coming up for the rest of the afternoon, at least not our very, very prestigious Value Makers Awards. So for those that are nominated, it's getting closer. Okay, so we're going to kick off straight away with our next session, which is Evo, the story so far. I am going to invite the wonderful Rich, who's going to come and tell us all about everything that's happening in the land of Evo and give us some real insight, and which is going to be a bit of a theme for today, I think. What can we do in terms of taking this back into our own organisations, and how can it inspire us? So, Rich, are you ready? Yep. Let's go.
Good afternoon, value makers. Yeah, the lunch lull seems to have set in. But we'll try and remedy that. Thank you very much, Suzanne. It's great to see so many of you here, and shout out to all those online as well. So for those of you that don't know me, my name's Rich Sawyer. White on yellow. Can't be readable by everyone. Okay, so my name's Rich Sawyer. I've worked in NHS Finance for 8 years, and for the first part of that, I worked at the Healthcare Costing for Value Institute, and for the last 3 years, I've program managed the Finance Innovation Forum as part of One NHS Finance. So you've got me for the next 40 minutes, and what I'm going to talk to you about today is value. So where we are on the journey of a framework which launched in April, April this year, and also what your role is or could be in this framework in your organisation. See, I have the greatest respect for clinically facing finance folk, because you are the people that have to say no, which is really hard to do consistently, and especially hard to do in healthcare. And as part of having to say no, you're also faced with having to say do more with no more. So when considering these extraordinary pressures, financial and non-financial, how on earth are you supposed to begin making decisions to improve your services in a way that considers all these factors? And the answer, value makers, is value. So the opportunity here, and what I'm going to talk to you about today, is that you don't have to be seen as the people who say no. And by embracing value, I'm going to show you how you can strengthen the co-ownership of decision-making in your organisation and be seen as the ambassadors of evidence-driven transformational change. So one of the ways finance can move towards this is by engaging with the principles in the engagement value outcome framework called EVO. So the ultimate goal of the framework is to help teams improve patient care at the system level by supporting evidence-driven, value-based decisions initially at the trust, specialty, and service level. And the framework itself is a free-of-charge physical sort of project management style handbook. Here it is. So trust will be awarded this on completion of a successful application, and this application requires your medical director, your director of finance, and the trust board to sign a commitment statement for EVO, protecting time for you and your teams, and don't touch the mic, for you and your teams to do the work. So this sort of 20-week framework, it's delivered by your existing staff, so existing operational, project, improvement, and finance staff like your good selves, to essentially evidence the need for change using the available data. There are no external parties involved in the process at all, and the trust teams are basically empowered to make decisions, implement changes, and for the first time, they're able to measure the impact of their clinical transformations using value. And I will be showing you how you can do this in this presentation. So before I crack on, a bit of history. So in 2019, Future Focus Finance partnered with the Healthcare Costing for Value Institute and various NHS trusts such as the Royal Free, Nottingham University Hospitals and Leeds, to essentially develop and launch the EVO pilot. And this pilot aimed to improve collaboration between clinical and finance teams and enhance their grasp of the opportunity patient level information costing systems data, PLIX data, can give them. And that was the ambition of the pilot. And this pilot was run in 4 trusts, so 2 acutes, mental health, and a community trust. And it ran simultaneously on 3 different specialties and services in each of those organizations. So a lot was learned from this pilot, and ultimately, it proved to be a success. So this slide here is from a much larger deck, which you can download on our website, but it's basically from the Mental Health Trust. And they ran EVO in their organization. And ultimately, what they ended up doing is they redesigned their adult memory service pathway with impressive results. So that redesign not only saved costs, but more importantly, significantly improved the patient experience and provided quicker and more accurate diagnoses while reducing unnecessary tests and appointments. So this showed that healthcare improvement goes beyond financial aspects, emphasizing the importance of delivering better care to patients through collaboration, innovation, aligning a shared goal. So you can read the 12 case studies on the website. I'm not going to talk any more about this now. There's a recording of the whole presentation as well you can watch. And I think it's worth mentioning that basically for this redesign, the team at North Staffordshire Combined, led by Dr. Becky Chubb and Nick Wilding, the costing manager, they won the Royal College of Psychiatrists Team of the Year award for this transformation last year. So after the pilot finished, the world changed quite a bit in 2020, actually, and that brings us to the end-to-end framework available to you today. So we work with a number of organizations, clinical, finance, and project collaborators to produce the handbook. We continued learning from the lessons from all of those pilot sites. We continue to work with Nottingham, work with the Royal Free and Leeds. And this has produced this handbook. So this handbook has over 100 downloadable, scannable, clickable resources. There's briefings in there, there's papers, there's presentations, there's spreadsheets, there's questionnaires, there's videos, there's even some SQL code in there as well. So it assumes basic levels of competency across the board in all areas, so it's accessible to teams of any skill level. So for example, if you're struggling to produce a clinically engaging dashboard, we work with Making Data Count to present data to clinicians in an engaging way through time series, charts, etc. And we give those skills out the box in the handbook itself. If you haven't got a PMO, which many organizations don't, the HPCA, we've worked with the Project and Change Association. There's out-the-box e-learning that they can do right out the box from the HPCA, and that will get someone in a short amount of time to be able to run a project end-to-end, which is exactly what EVO is. Fantastic, brand new project resource. Facilitation and improvement. So we work with QSA, so Quality Service Improvement Redesign. There's a raft of tools, Six Sigma Lean methodology is included within them, and those of you familiar with that, a lot of those tools are embedded across the process throughout the framework. And most importantly, what we've got in this version is the principles of value-based healthcare are embedded at its core all the way through, and that's what I'm going to show you today. I'm going to show you 3 value tools today. So let's talk about value quickly. So value is defined in so many different ways by so many different people, and as a result, it's regarded broadly as a concept or theory of measurement rather than an actual measure itself. So value for the purposes of EVO is defined as outcomes or quality relative to the costs or resources. That is to say that basically it's widely acknowledged that focusing solely on cutting costs without maintaining or enhancing the quality of care can lead to false savings and harm the delivery of effective care. So we cannot, as healthcare providers, continue to make decisions about quality and costs separately. And as mentioned earlier, the focus is on sustainable quality improvement. And EVO uses this equation to bring together cost improvement and quality improvement and the finance and clinical teams that are expected to deliver these under one numerical measure of improvement, namely the Value Impact Comparison Score, or VIC score for short, because we love an acronym. So EVO simplifies value, allowing teams like yours on the ground to use it as a practical and tangible measure of improvement and comparison. Right, so that's the intro. Went on a bit longer than I thought, but we're doing all right. So I think what I'm going to do is break down this presentation into 3 sections now. So I'm going to do sort of 5-10 minute summary of the structure and the process. There will be some space-themed visuals behind you. Keeps things entertaining and light. Enjoy them if you like. If you don't like space, close your eyes. You'll still be able to hear me. And then we're going to go into a little more detail under the hood, and I'm going to talk you through these three key tools that happen during the process and I'll show you how they work. We're going to use a vascular example for this. And then lastly, I'm going to talk a little bit about scaling to system and what that looks like at system level, and a little slide on where we are now as well. How's that lunch lull setting in? Oh, everyone's really engaged. Lovely. Excellent. So, okay. So basically, zoomed out. Oh, right, we're going to have fun with the slides because that's not... Okay, well, imagine there's not a VO next to it and it's just an Earth. I might need to talk you through these. So I was editing these too late last night. That's my bad. Right, so zoomed out, the process itself is quite simple. So you'll get together with a few colleagues and apply for the EVO handbook. You'll need the application sponsored by and signed by a few directors and the board. You'll identify 3 specialties and services you want to work with in the process. You'll agree a start date and schedule for all the sessions. The handbook arrives. Yay. You'll learn it, and then you'll embark on a 20-week process looking at your services from a new perspective and ultimately use some of the value tools to not only identify opportunities, for clinical transformation, but also prioritize them in a quantitative way and then decide which change to make. You will then implement that change, and then the crew will come back and measure the impact it has had on the specialty and service. So the handbook gives you everything you need to do this. Who's involved? Oh, I forgot to do the click-through. Right, so this was when I said 3 specialties and services, so imagine that was funny. And then we did, this is them looking at their specialties and services and how great it was, and they go, oh, it all makes sense. Right, now we're on to where we are. So you're all caught up. Good. Everyone was with me there. We can fix that in editing. Right, so who's involved? So we've got 3 core disciplines: finance, clinical, and project. So you've got different roles within that. So you've got the champions. So they sponsor the implementation. They're generally director level, and they'll fix any blockages. They'll protect the leads from interference, but they're not involved in the sessions themselves, and that's really important. So the leads are part of the crew. And essentially, you've got a finance lead, so typically the costing lead. They're responsible for producing data that will help validate clinical assumptions when they come up. And you've got the clinical lead. These will typically be the heads of service or specialties. And they'll take part in the sessions. They'll contribute their clinical hunches about the transformation. And the finance lead will ultimately go on to retrieve the data to evaluate and validate them. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then we've got these 2 project leads. So they're absolutely integral to this. So the first one, you've got a delivery lead. So they're going to manage that project. And the second is the improvement lead, brackets or value maker. So they will facilitate the sessions. We'll talk about them in a bit. And then lastly, we've got participants. So these are subject matter experts, and they're going to contribute their opinions and thoughts and information and share their knowledge with the crew to support a successful journey. There are 3 phases. The first is the launch preparation. So, turns page. I didn't need to say that. Right, so the launch preparation. So basically the handbook will arrive, and then when it arrives, you'll have a digital and physical version. And the 2 project leads and the finance lead will get together for the period of it's about a month, and that's built into the schedule. So you've got the protected time to understand the process, learn it, and become the experts in your trust in that process before you have to go out and wander and talk to anyone about it. During that time, a member of the ONF team, typically me, but you can pick any other member of staff if you prefer, will be on hand to help you get to grips with those materials, including all the resources, principles of value-based healthcare built into that as well, and how these can help to be applied to ensure the best outcomes for the crew. But after that first protected month of time, you're ready to go, and you're ready to deliver this to your clinical specialties. Second phase. So we've got the EVO journey. That's going to take 16 weeks. This is the central component. And the 2 project leads and the finance lead will guide their 3 crews through the EVO journey. And there are 3 stages to that journey. So we've got the launch, which basically brings together the champions and introduces all 3 crews together at the launch. The crews will gain an understanding of what's ahead of them, the timescales involved, and the time commitment to complete this. The launch is an interesting one because you've got the 3 clinical heads of service, not really sure what's going on, why there's some space involved in this. And then they all look at each other and they realize they're going to go away for 8 weeks and they're going to come back and they need to do a show and tell at the end of what they achieved. Funnily enough, engagement goes up when you pit them against each other. And that's all part of the design of this. Then you've got the orbit. So that consists of 3 sessions: formulate session, evaluate, allocate session, and decide and plan session. And then you've got your final session: formulate, evaluate, allocate, decide and plan. And then you've got the landing. There's a few other things on here. Data burns. So these happen in between key sessions, and they involve the finance lead and the team supporting the finance lead retrieving and presenting data relevant only to the clinical hunches raised, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. The markers, these things on the left-hand side. So these act as waypoints, and crews use these to sort of self-assess their progress against the desired outcomes for the journey. If they're on course and are going to achieve all their objectives, they're going to marker 3. So we'll have a little look at the orbit in a bit more detail. So the formulate, basically what you've got here is during the evaluate sessions, the crew can expect to agree on 2 things broadly. They will produce 3 hypotheses or clinical hunches that they think are most likely to improve the specialty of service. There's a huge amount of data capture, and there's exercises in between the launch and evaluate that support that data capture, making sure to ask everyone involved in that specialty of service, right down to your janitor, up to your head of service, to capture all those ideas and fine-tune them. So you've got 3 hypothesis and clinical hunches. And then the second thing, they will use their first value tool, which I'll talk about in a minute. And essentially, it helps clinical and financial participants clearly define what good looks like in terms of outcomes for their specialty. And they will then go on to use these metrics to prioritize those opportunities for transformation. And I'll show you how they're going to do that. Evaluate, allocate. Basically, by performing a data burn in between, you've got your 3 hypothesis clinical hunches, and you've got essentially the data relating to those 3 hunches. And you're going to go through a process to identify just one. You only need to have one. So by the end of this session, the objective is to identify one hypothesis, or that is an opportunity for clinical transformation, so that you can proceed to the next session, decide and plan. So, decide and plan. So assuming a crew has an opportunity for clinical transformation during this session, they will then use a second value tool to prioritize the various options. So they'll help the crew decide which to proceed with to tackle the opportunity for transformation. So we'll have an opportunity and we'll have different options of how we're going to tackle that opportunity. And the tool will take them through, and ultimately by the end of marker 3, or end of this session, they will have decided on the most appropriate option. They will also have agreed a date on when these improvements will be implemented. They'll also be using sort of a PDSA or improvement cycle to implement those changes. And more importantly, after those changes have been implemented and we've measured the change, then they're going to meet at the end to assess the impact of that change that was made. For reference, a crew that reaches marker 1 or 2, they'll benefit from the progress made. They're likely to conclude their journey with a raft of actions, which will essentially help them improve their service in terms of data capture, and ultimately they will have a lot of actions to apply to then do an orbit in the future to get to marker 3 and transform their specialty. So all 3 have just done that, and after that, we have the landing. So the landing concludes the journey, and it brings all 3 crews and champions back together, and each crew will share their findings and discuss the lessons learned and celebrate any successes that have taken place during that time. Okay, so finally we got the transformation. So after the landing, everyone's shared where they got to. Any team that had an opportunity for transformation, i.e. a marker 3 crew, they will essentially embark on the transformation, and this will take anywhere up to a month to 2 months, depending on whether it's an entire pathway redesign or however that change is going to take hold and how long it takes to implement, and also the capacity for that change in terms of time frame in the transformation team. Basically, during that EVO transformation, we're capturing a large amount of information through what we're calling PDSA+, which is the inclusion of PLICs there, but there's a lot of other information that we can capture during that time. And finally, the crew will meet at the end with all of that data and with all of that quality knowledge to understand and assess and measure the impact that change has had on the specialty and service. And they'll ultimately be able to produce a VIC score. And I'll show you how they're going to do that in a minute. So, all right, we've got this bit. So this is when I said they're all going to make changes. It looks great. And this is when they're all going to meet up and be really happy about the change that they've made. You can see them dancing on the earth. So that's great. Got to get better at the old control. Okay, back to value. Lovely. Right, so that's all the sort of space stuff. And now what we're going to talk to you about is these 3 tools that I've been touting for the entire of this presentation so far. So I'm just taking you back to the value equation, because this is going to be the key theme and underpins these 3 tools. So for context, what we're looking at here is for the resources is in red, yes, and the quality is in yellow. And this is going to keep it obvious when we go through these tools in this vascular example. Broadly for resources at this time, because we're looking at different activity and resource information, the Trust will be using PLICs. So although trusts don't need to be reporting PLICs quarterly, we'd encourage that data set to be triggered at least at the beginning of EVO and 20 weeks later at the end. If that's a challenge, we can discuss that at application, etc. But it's basically going to be able to show us the direct comparison of the activity and resource information there. We can use other data sets as well, and we'll get to that in a bit. Okay, so three tools. So you remember the first one I'm going to show you? A lot of writing. So this value measures tool takes place in the formulate section. So you remember in that first session, what you're looking at here is a vascular example, by the way. And ultimately what they'll start with is you can see the value equation in the far left. You've got yellow and red. And what we're asking the teams to do is go through and assess what good looks like and get that written down in sort of qualitative information in the value criteria. Ultimately, what we're then asking that team to do is they'll go through and identify the value metrics within that. And what we want is them to come up with 100% weighting all the way down. The balance, what we're suggesting here is quality is 80% and cost is 20%. You can have a conversation with your directors and various stakeholders as to that balance, but we would suggest this based on the pilots we did and the research we did for this. So once this is done at the very beginning because all clinical teams have an idea of what good looks like in their specialty in terms of clinical quality outcomes, and we want them to set this at the beginning so that they can use that to essentially assess the viability of the options later on. Okay? So don't worry about the criteria and all the writing in the middle. Essentially what we're keeping in mind is the value metrics here and the weighting of those here. So, second tool. So if we imagine this vascular crew, they've done their first session, they've got their 3 hypothesis win. Now they're going through to their second session, and they've found one opportunity for clinical transformation at the end of that second evaluate allocate session. Okay? So now they're going to go into the third and final session, and they've got this opportunity for transformation, and they've got an idea of the options that they would use to tackle that opportunity. And what we're going to see now is the tool that they'll use in the entire of that decide and plan, that third session. And what they'll do is they're going to use these factors to assess those options and mark them for appropriateness. Okay? So, there's a lot on here, but stay with me. There's no laser here. So, the top section of this, I can look down here. Brilliant. Right, so the top section of this is just as you've seen. Yes, so not only do we need to measure, factor in quality in our decision making, we also need to factor resources, but we also need to factor risk, i.e. quality of evidence and capacity to make change, and also the strategic factors ensuring they align. You'll notice in the strategic factors we've got short-term, medium-term, and long-term impact. And the reason we've included that is we wanted to address and tackle the problem of only actioning quality improvements that have short-term ROI. And we can look at that in a second. So here we've got our options. Stick with me on this. We've got 5 columns, right? So we've got an opportunity for transformation, decided on what that is, and we've got it within vascular. And then we've got these 5 options for how we're going to tackle that. And we've asked our teams, the teams of us that have essentially gone about and marked each of these. This is from a live site. And essentially they've gone through and marked each of those options. What you're looking at is a Likert scale. So 5 demonstrates clear and measurable value generation, low risk of failure, and full alignment with strategy. And 1 demonstrates unclear, or the inverse of that, basically. So poor value impact, high risk of failure, and misalignment with strategy. Okay, and we can see at the bottom, the short, medium. Man, it's hard to see, and there's no mid-TVs. I'll show the slides after, of course. At the bottom, what you can see, the greens and the reds. Now, as in that's sort of going to be a period of 0 to 1 year, we can see that the most appropriate option would be option 1. However, in next and later, we can see in the 1 to 2 year and 2 to 3 year, actually there's an opportunity for a higher ROI there. And let's look at this in some lovely graphs. So we've got value on the left-hand side and we've got risk on the right-hand side. And if we were to look just at that, we could see that option 1 would be the most appropriate in terms of low risk of implementation and high value as in quality and resources. However, when we look at the right-hand graph, we can see essentially stacked from short-term, medium-term, and long-term impact, actually the most appropriate opportunity is going to be option 3 or otherwise. So this is to prevent against short-termism, okay? Right. So we have our vascular crew. They've made a decision. They've gone through and considered all the options. And now they've implemented that change. And this is the last tool. So when they've gone through and implemented that tool, transformation, they are then coming back 6 to 8 weeks later to assess the impact of that transformation has had on the specialty and service. And they're going to use these factors in order to do that. So they're going to sit down, haven't seen each other for a while, so probably have some tea and catch up. And they're going to essentially rate the estimated pathway is the vertical there, is what is just copied and pasted from the last slide. And the transformed pathway, we've had 8 weeks of new information. The clinical staff on the ground have experienced what that change looks like, and it may turn out to be better in some areas or worse in some areas, and they're going to feed that back. So they're going to do a renewed assessment of that transformed pathway. You'll notice this is at 80%. We've taken and removed the resources cost element from here. That's on purpose, because this is part of the impact. Okay, so we're just doing a quality assessment here. All of this is the same. So we've got our estimated and transformed pathway. We're also then going to ask the team to sit there and re-rate the original pathway. So if Evo never came, we never got it, what does our original pathway look like in terms of these factors? And then finally, quality aspiration. If we got license and resource and more protected time to do this again with this specialty and have another look at the various options and opportunities and implement more, then we could probably think we could improve this specialty more by these factors. That's all of the assessment done. And that feeds into the final tool, which is the value impact comparison tool. So this is nothing new. But what we are comparing here is apples and apples. Yes, so original and transformed pathway against the factors that are set. If the clinical team or any individual doesn't agree with some of the options chosen, we can go all the way back to them setting the measures, because they're the experts in the room, and this is the point, is that we can change them and then reassess all of the options for transformation. But this is all very transparent and clear, so people can look at the accountability in terms of implementation. So, quality. I'm going to take a weighted quality average of these two, and they're already at 80%. And then we have to do the resource bit. Now, in the third session, resources was done through a Likert scale. But depending on the specialty and service, granted, but generally you're going to have your ROI financial information, PLIX data, to be able to indicate variance from budget and or variance in margin within that budget. So here we can see that in the transform pathway, we've seen a £10 percentage improvement there. And that's against budget on the original pathway. And what we can see by combining those scores and weighting the resource score at 20%, we've got a value impact comparison score of 18% improvement. Now, 20 weeks after the Director of Finance, Medical Director, the Trust Board all signing off a commitment statement for these teams to do this against 3 specialties, it's pretty compelling for you to be able to come back as this sort of lean crew across 3 specialties and be able to provide potentially 3 value impact comparison scores articulating and factored for quality, risk, strategy, and cost and resources. You've also got quality aspiration as well, and we're currently working on the short-term and medium-term and long-term implications of changes as well and factoring them into the VIC score in addition. The quality aspiration sits as a sort of, if you let us do more of this, we can probably improve further. More resource, please. Thank you. Element. Okay? So, I promise you no more Likert scales, no more red, green, yellow. You don't have to look at any more of that. We've got back to a lovely safe space. That would be nice. Right, so Right, let me do system very quickly. How are we doing on time? Yeah, all right, okay. I got this. Right, so first question I always get is, sounds great in trusts. I don't work for trusts. How do we do this sort of thing at system level? So amongst others, there are two obvious challenges for Evo at system level. So the first would be access to timely activity and resource data, regularly updated and needed to measure change and inform evidence-based decisions. And also the high variation of language. So a language of improvement between sort of separate organizations and disciplines. So to the data point, some systems are doing well. So in Dorset, you've got the Dorset Intelligence and Insight Service. So they're running 800 primary care records nightly, but they don't have PLICs. On the other hand, you've got Lancashire and South Cumbria, excellent costing team at Blackpool, who've stitched together and are running quarterly PLICs dashboards from all providers in the system. So there are pockets of great stuff, but these are sort of trailblazers in this. We're not having standard system level, frequently updated data sets just yet. And the data systems that need to tackle pathway changes at population health level do exist, but clearly they're few and far between. And to the language point, SIPs and QUIPs persist in parallel, and bringing together multidisciplinary teams from different organizations together is a challenge, and it is even more of a challenge if the language of improvement is not already consistent between these disciplines and these teams. So basically, the short answer to the long answer is, to the long question is, the roadmap for Evo is first to encourage trust to use the PLICs locally as evidence to validate clinical hunches, implement transformational change, and measure the impact of those changes themselves. Second is to encourage through this process the wider adoption of the language of value, bringing together quality and cost improvement under a single measure. And third, to use this sort of common data and this common language within systems to begin making scaled decisions at system level. However, those of you that can't wait for all that to happen, because it might take a little bit of time, there's a toolkit on the website that you can freely download, which includes some of these tools. And ultimately, that's built to help systems start making decisions in this way and start to calculating it. We're also working early part of next year on a very short pick up and play playbook, which basically includes end-to-end the three tools that I've shown you in this deck for you to be able to start making the decisions in this way, factoring all of these, even without sufficient data sets, because decisions aren't being made now, and it's really important that we support you in making those decisions in a way that's accountable and appropriate. So where are we? And I would have liked to have talked more about the live sites that we have at the moment, but they're not quite ready yet. So this was a little bit early. So by the end of this year, early next year, we'll be able to talk more freely about the successes that are taking place. But ultimately, we're 6 months in since we launched. We have 4 sites working on decisions, and you can see the specialties and services that they're running through at the moment. We're also working with Nottingham, who, those of you that know the WAVE programme, in looking at applying the VIC scores, and there'll be a session on this at the end of the year at the HFMA's annual conference. Ultimately, we're very excited to be able to bring tangibility to the evidence base at the moment, and things are looking really hopeful, and there's quite a few exciting transformations happening. And more to the point, people like yourselves who are able to start articulating and are able to articulate and define in quantitative measure how they are improving the service. This stuff is already happening across the country all the time, but these tools will hopefully give you a way to articulate this in terms of value to demonstrate the good work of quality improvement that you're already doing. So ideally, these can be actually pinned on and applied in all of your improvement that you're doing at the moment, because it's important we give you those tools. So I'll leave you with those outcomes there. But what I'd like to end on is, so this presentation is I guess, an invitation. So I invite all of you here and those watching at home today, to engage with a free methodology that leverages your existing staff and is entirely driven by your organization. So yes, it requires resource allocation, but amidst your ongoing transformation projects, this approach stands out. It's lean, it's clinically led, it's NHS owned, and evidence using your timely information. And within 20 weeks, you'll start seeing quantitative outputs from up to 3 services and a consolidated language of improvement that integrates both SIPs and QIPs, giving you a reportable currency of improvement. And as value makers, you have the opportunity to strengthen the co-ownership of decision-making in your organization by leading your teams to prioritize decisions using value and be seen as ambassadors of evidence-driven transformational change. Thank you for listening.
Thanks ever so much, Rich. I'm just looking for Meg. Questions? iPad. It's behind me. It's plugged in on the floor. Just bear with me. Keep you waiting there, Rich.
And I don't know.
Never mind. None of us have got diseases. Right, we've got quite a few questions coming in. So we've got time for about 5 minutes of questions, if that's okay. First question is, 20 weeks is quite a long time when there's, is there a way that you're thinking about to be able to shorten that process? Or is that built into the architecture?
No, so the way we articulate 20 weeks is that we want to give it enough time for all of this stuff to take place, and also asking for clinical time is you need to be really clear about how you're doing this. What we're seeing in one of the 3 of the live sites at the moment is it takes this time to get your head around what's actually the purpose to go through something once. And what we're already seeing in one of the sites is that they're already getting ready to do the next one, and they're shortening that time very significantly. So really that extended period gives the crew, the delivery leads, the delivery lead, the improvement lead, and the finance lead time to get to grips with this. There's enough pressure already, isn't there? So it gives them enough time to get going with this and start leading it in their organization. When we get to the end of that first journey, I think, I'm already seeing that the timelines are shrinking massively in terms of what they can achieve. What would be great is to increase the amount of resource and allocation to this sort of work, so this becomes a bit more business as usual. But yes, it can be shortened. If you want to do it first time round, then credit to you and crack on. So it's entirely flexible as how you want to work it.
Next question comes in. So with these sorts of tools, and there's lots of tools, aren't there, out there, particularly the quality improvement methodology, how do you get buy-in for this particular one from the feedback from the sites that you've had, and how does it differ from some of those other transformation models that our clinicians might have been used to?
Yeah, so really what Evo can sort of lump on to the end, ultimately all it is a pretty lean 3-session decision-making format. So what we're seeing, we've got big rooms, we've got Kaizen methodology, we've got even CUSA components for that as well. All of these things can continue and should continue as much as possible. What they're producing is opportunities and theories for transformation, and all this is doing is is validating some of those opportunities with data, and also trying to unblock. There's so many opportunities. We've got GIRF, you've got all of these organizations and entities telling you where the opportunities lie, but actually making iterative, small-scale, or even large-scale decisions, there seems to be a bit of a blocker there, aversion to risk, or whatever that looks like. So all of these improvement methodologies should continue. Evo can just be lumped onto the end in order to facilitate that decision-making entity to make the decision, implement it, and most importantly, measure the impact at the end. So there's a number of methodologies in the sites that we've got at the moment that already exist, so we're working with them quite easily, or they are working with those quite easily. The space bit's a bit of fun, but there's no new language. We're just lumping on value-based healthcare, which ensures that we're considering quality and resources.
Yeah, keep that. I'm going to go for some quick fire now.
Yeah, go on. Quick fire's good. One-word answers, yeah.
Which adult mental health trust did you work with?
North staffs are doing it twice. So we got the same mental health stuff twice. Yeah.
Do you know, I was at that mental health trust. I worked there at the very start. You know, we start before even kicked off. We sat there with something as basic as we've got this massive block contract. How the heck do we know what we're actually spending with? And that was literally the starting point. And talk about when you hear all this, it sounds really grand, doesn't it? And it sounds sort of where do you start? It's massive. In our costing team, there were 2 people, and me chipping in occasionally. And that was it. And it just makes me really proud to see what they've achieved now in that team. So, you know, it's just the power, isn't it, of grabbing something, getting your clinicians engaged and sort of running with it.
It's fantastic what that team has achieved. Shout out to Nick Wilden and his team. They've done some incredible work. We've also had an application from another mental health site as well. I think that was 2 days ago. So we're seeing more and more come. I think that there's a general idea that the data isn't quite there with mental health, so therefore we can't, and actually we're seeing much more agility with that to be able to sort of action decisions and capture it more. It's really exciting.
Good. Next quick fire. This is granular, so proper techie now.
Right.
How do you apply the 1 to 5 score on something like amputation rate?
You would have to ask the teams that would work in that.
Take that one away.
So essentially, I mean, that's not quick fire. You would, well, you'd have to define the quality metrics with amputation, get your clinical teams to define what they are happy with. Essentially, it's setting up the scoring to mark your own homework to a degree. So how you would rate that from 1 to 5, I've actually got the example, but I can't talk about it. It can be done. Give me a shout after.
End of the year, when you can talk about it, it'll be there, won't it?
Absolutely. I won't be talking. I can't wait to not stop talking. I'll just get them to. It's great.
Right, last question, Rich. So you talked throughout your presentation about how value makers can be involved in this. Is this something that just predominantly sits in costing, or have you got any examples from the sites that you've worked with where value makers or others within the wider finance team have really got behind it and championed it?
Yeah, so the pilot started off with Plix to essentially elevate the importance of Plix, but that's expanded massively in this version. So Plix is a very useful data set because it's very timely, and it's very granular, so you can be able to do it. However, what we're seeing is essentially Plix doesn't capture absolutely everything, as we know. So we're starting to see leads from the finance business partners in one of the sites as well to sort of lead this in terms of an improvement element. The costing and the information side of it is still represented by the finance lead, but actually that facilitator role is being occupied more and more by quality improvement people in some trusts, but also finance business partners. So what we're trying to find is that sort of middle ground. The data is still contributed from costing, but we're seeing a lot more data sets included in that.
Thank you. As for the other session, we've got loads of questions that are coming up, not a chance to run through, so I think we'll do the same as before. We'll maybe try and capture them and then relay them back. But I think it's definitely evolving, isn't it? And we're going to hear more at HFMA for those that are there, and there'll be more coming out at the end of the year. And I think we'll all be really keen to see some of the outcomes, Rich. So thank you so much for sharing with us, and can we thank Rich? Right, just like that, we're going to migrate straight into the next session. So if I could invite my colleagues, hopefully are around, I can see 2 of them. Adam, Claire and James, do you want to come and join me on the stage? No Adam. Oh, I'm so sorry, there's no Adam. We don't need Adam. We don't need Adam.
I've lost my sidekick for the day.
We only need you, Claire. So I'll just do a really quick intro and then I'll hand over to both of you. So this session is focused on making NHS Finance a really, really great place to work, and it's something that's dear to all of our hearts, I'm sure. But we're going to focus particularly on the staff survey results. So both organisations, I'll let you introduce yourselves and your organisations in just a sec, have got some fabulous results. So we've got one organisation that's the highest scoring, and we've got one organisation that's the most improved. So learning for all of us in terms of what you've done, what you've implemented, and I'm going to go get my pad and paper out now and start making notes. So we'll come back for some questions at the end, but I'll hand over to you now, Claire. Take over stuff.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. So I am Claire Young. I am one of the Deputy Directors of Finance at the Shrewsbury and Telford Trust. As I said, my colleague Adam can't be with us today, but he sends his apologies. Just before I start, I've really had the pleasure of being able to attend the whole session so far today, and it's been really, really useful and interesting, and also served as a little bit of a refresher as my life in NHS Finance for the last 10 years. So, spookily, I was at that first Value Maker event 10 years ago, many, many moons ago in my career, and UHB I was working at and was one of the pilot sites that Richard just went through. So again, for those of you sitting out in the audience saying, how does this apply to me? How can I make this work? You can find ways to weave it all into just your day-to-day job, however your job may change and whatever you may go on to do. So quite a nice walk down memory lane there for me today. Thank you, everyone. So now moving on to the slides. So I apologise because we do normally do this as a double act, so I'm having to cover all slides today, so I might not have the right level of humour, as Adam is the funny guy. However, in order to talk about SAF and the journey we've been on, I'm really, really proud of our team. So we are the 7th most improved finance scores in the country, which, you know, is a massive, massive achievement. But for most of you out there looking might be like, 7th, yeah, great, what else do you need to do? So you need to know a little bit more about Shrewsbury and Telford Trust and the trust that I work in. I've worked there for 3.5 years. When I arrived, we were the only acute trust in the country registered as inadequate with the CQC. We had significant financial challenges. There was no cash. We regularly had to get loans in the days before they were bought out with PDC. And we were the original Ockenden Trust. So there was a lot of national media focus. That led to instability at leadership across the whole exec team that was being rectified and stabilised as I came into post, but also within the finance teams. So the Executive Director of Finance interviewed me in her 3rd week in the job, and I arrived three months later. Prior to that, there'd been interims at both deputy and FD level for a number of years, and it meant that we'd got a really, really, really bruised finance team. They were really dedicated, they worked really long hours, and they just felt that no matter what they did, they were rubbish, and there was nothing that could be done to fix it. Finance had an interesting standing across the trust when I started. So if you spoke out clinically in the trust, it was felt that there was a very finance-led culture, and finance made the decisions. As a finance professional, I found that quite interesting, looking at the size of the deficits, because generally, if you're a finance-focused organisation and finance make the decisions, you wouldn't have the deficit that we see. But that was the perception. And so there was poor engagement. It was a real struggle to recruit. Shrewsbury and Telford is located in Shropshire. You can get people who live locally, who stay there for a long time. Historically, it's been quite hard to get people to travel there. I say looking out, I can see Wendy, who works in our ICB. But it's been quite difficult to get keep and retain staff in the area. As I say, work-life balance was really off-kilt, and people frequently worked evenings, weekends, annual leave. And as also, there was no suitable home working equipment. So when the team went home during COVID, they literally took their desktops home. There were no laptops, there were no dual screens. So we really hadn't got people equipped to be able to do the jobs that we needed them to do. And there was no development programme within the finance team also. So quite a difficult challenge. So that's, maybe now you'll see why significant improvement is definitely on the journey that we want to be on. So why, when I'm describing the challenges we face as a trust, why are we so focused on training and development? Why are we so focused on improving the culture? Well, A, because it's the right thing to do for our teams. I firmly believe that. And secondly, because actually there is an impact on productivity. So those trusts with significant financial challenges need the most engaged and educated finance teams to be able to work in the difficult environment that they are. And there is also evidence that suggests that time that we spend on development opportunities pays back with improved productivity and more focus on added value, which I believe is what we're all here to deliver. This is just a slide around the trust. I will circulate these slides so that you can see them, but it's just to see that the journey that the trust is on. And all I was going to point out on this slide is that the trust scores averaged between 5 and 7 for each of the people promises. But bringing on to the finance department, then first of all, we had a magnificent 89% response rate. So again, something we've worked really hard with across the teams. And we've had increases in all 9 themes of both financial accounts and financial performance. We do have many other departments that make up finance, but these are the 2 that are large enough to be able to isolate and report on separately. And then again within this, we've got some great scores that show A, above trust average, but also showing some areas we're touching 8s, we're getting high 7s and 8s, and that improvement year on year. So again, something we're really proud of. What did we do? How did we do it? And what are we still doing? Because it still needs a lot to be done. So we're working, the whole trust has been working on its culture and development offer for the last 4 years. One of the things we did early on, and we continue to do, is internal and external surveys. So internal within finance about each other and how we work together and what works well and what doesn't, and external to all budget holders and external stakeholders of the department to see about the service that we provide and they receive. We then use that feedback into our twice yearly finance away mornings. So we have a real focus on these away days. So we've got one in November. November is our celebratory one. We have finance awards, everybody nominates, and we really focus on our successes. The summer one is our reflective one. We look on the staff survey from the previous year. We look at what our finance priorities were. We set ourselves the 12 months before. We brutally assess ourselves about how we've done against those, what have worked well, what hasn't. And actually, in view of this year's survey results, are they still the right things or do we need to tinker around the edges? An example of that is one thing that came out of last year's survey was talent management. And so people were having talent management conversations, but weren't seeing the value or weren't sure quite how they were supposed to be using them. So at our summer away session, we had a member of the OD culture team come and present about the expectations of talent management sessions. I've talked about the annual Finance Staff Awards. It's very, very competitive these days. People are going to say, do people come to these awards? They do come to the awards now. When I first started, there's over 100 people in the whole of mine and Adam's finance portfolio, because that also includes planning, clinical coding, etc. We had a whole department that just didn't turn up because they didn't see it as being for them and didn't see the benefit. Now they turn up. I mean, I did go and deliver the session in their office without the free lunch, which might have helped, but now they turn up and they turn up willingly. And we've really moved. And at that first session, I'd stand out looking like I'm looking at all of you now for those who are in the room and be met with silence. There was no chat amongst teams. There was no... Now we really have to shout to hear ourselves talk because everybody is just getting on with each other and working. And that's, again, not to say it's perfect, but just now it's really seen as a highlight of the finance annual calendar. We made sure, it's really simple, we made sure everyone had the right equipment to let them do their job. I think that goes without saying. And we launched a finance training programme, both internally for finance and externally across the trust, with consultant development sessions, pot at the end of the rainbow sessions, etc., etc. We also participate both locally and nationally in all sorts of initiatives. So I'm really proud to say we have an insight placement with us at the moment, and she's doing really, really well, and that's something we're looking to move forward with. I am also a sponsor on the sponsorship programme, and then Galvanise is our own internal sponsorship programme, which we also participate in. And again, all really valuable and add to the richness of what our department can offer. We have done some restructuring because there wasn't a clear line of progression across the whole team, and I think that's really important. So we've done a lot on making sure that our structure is correct to enable people to do their roles, to have that stretch, and to be able to see a path forward for them within the organisation. And then it's all very well for Adam and I to do all of this and to lead this, but how do we embed it into the wider department, and how do we make sure that should we walk away, it doesn't all fall away? And the way we've done this is the Finance Project Steering Group that we co-chair, and that has 8 different work streams, things like finance systems, improved processes, well-being, the Training and Development Council, and they're headed up by several different members of the kind of next layer down of the finance leadership team. And they've all got work plans that they work to, and they report back to this to this group where we sign off on the changes that are made. And we regularly then take that back out to the teams in our lunch learning sessions, just to keep the whole teams abreast of what's going on in the department and how we're moving forward. And another thing we've done is we've launched a dedicated Teams channel, staffing development Teams channel, and there's a whole host of information goes through there. And actually, really interestingly now, we're starting to see lots of the junior members of the team ask questions on there, because again, that's something that with people working remotely and not being in the office, you've lost that ability to listen in or ask a question when you hear things, and you might not want to phone someone more senior than you and ask them the question. But by making this Teams channel a safe space, we're starting to see quite a lot of communication through that, which is brilliant. And again, we've launched a Teams channel in the system as well, haven't we, Wendy, which again we were trying to extend. We make sure all staff have a PDP. I think that's just non-negotiable. And we're really proud that not only did we achieve level 1 the first year I was there, we've now achieved level 2, and we're working towards embedding that and being able to apply for level 3. And again, we've used the Finance Product Steering Group as a route to manage that through the department and to do that feedback loop, but also to really give the team ownership of that work and to show them the good practice and best practice that they do have within the department, and to show that because of the scrutiny we're in, that some of our grip and control measures and reporting measures are exemplar, and we've been asked to go out and present them in best practice to other organisations. So while it is a difficult trust, there's lots for us to sing about because we do really well. And then we also participate an awful lot in the networks and Leadership Academy resources. Some staff feedback, which I'm not going to read all out for you, but I will share, but it's just around that change in culture that people have felt within the department. So a slightly less saccharine version of feedback I received this week is when you arrived, we thought you were really, really happy clappy, you were really over the top, and we thought, yeah, there's no way this will happen to us. There's no way we will do this. But I'll give it for you. It's better now than it was then. And that's on the back that we've been shortlisted this year for Finance Team of the Year at the HFMA Awards, which we are so proud of, because for my team, that is something that would never happen to a team like them. And there you go. But there's still more to do. So we still need to work hard at improving that work-life balance. The tasks don't stop coming and the deadlines get shorter. We've recently launched mentoring and coaching within finance, and we're currently going through a matchmaking exercise within that to identify the right mentors and mentees for each other. We have a clear training policy now that is used throughout the whole of finance, no matter which area that you work in, which didn't always happen. And again, we're making sure talent conversations are happening. We've got clear outcomes and timelines for Project Steering Group that we do feedback regularly, and then we hold ourselves to account through the away day sessions as well to the wider team. And also, we just need to work on focusing on recruitment and retention. We don't have many vacancies. We have been able to recruit. Hybrid working has really helped for a trust like SAF because it's allowed us to open that pool up a little bit wider for those that wouldn't have been prepared to travel for 5 days a week, but might be for 3. And it's how we build on that and how we keep developing through our finance apprentices, through the Insight placement student, through the grad trainee, through our own internal teams, how we keep growing that team for the future. Thank you very much for your time. That's all I was going to say for now, and I'll pass over to James.
Thank you, Claire. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Bradley. I am the Deputy Chief Finance Officer at Liverpool Heart and Chest Hospital. There you go. Liverpool Heart and Chest Hospital is exactly what it says on the tin. We're in Liverpool, we do hearts and we do lungs. It's the most logically named trust I could possibly think of. It's a great place. For some reason, I decided to look it up on Google, and we have 4.8 out of 5 stars on Google reviews. That's outstanding, isn't it? I mean, if that was a restaurant, you'd want to eat there. If our patients give excellent feedback, including on the food, which is quite unique, and our staff give good feedback as well. And I feel very proud to be associated with the Trust and to work there. I also feel very proud to be part of the finance team at Liverpool Heart and Chest Hospital. I work with excellent people, and they're the primary reason that I'm here presenting today. A little while ago, the good people at NHS Finance informed me that for the last 2 years in a row, the staff survey results for our finance team were the highest of any finance team in the NHS. And I was quite surprised. I always thought it was a good place to work, but I had no idea. I had no idea that they compared them, and I also had no idea that it was the highest. I'm conscious that this year's survey is being filled out now. Those scores could plummet, in which case I'll be exposed, and you can just ignore everything I'm about to say. So let's have a look at the scores. A bit of bragging here, I suppose, but those are our scores on the left across the 9 different themes, scored out of 10. I have no idea how they translate the individual questions into those scores, but those are the numbers, and they're all pretty good. The highest is the one at the top about being compassionate and inclusive. Honestly, I work with just great people. We're all just nice folk. Interestingly, our lowest domain is morale, which is slightly ironic. And I think the reason for that is a fairly high number of people say that they're looking to leave in the next 12 months. And we do have fairly high levels of staff turnover. The overwhelming majority of people that leave for promotions elsewhere, which is entirely what you want. And so I think that's actually, in most part, a good news story. So the scores are all good, and we're obviously very, very happy with them. But the most gratifying thing is that column in the final column of that table. In every domain, the scores are better than the previous year. I think comparing yourselves to others in life, as in staff survey, is not always a great idea. Comparing yourselves to your old selves is quite useful, and I think direction of travel is more important than where you are currently. Every year, the scores are published. We share them with the team. We meet with the team. There's about 25 of us, I think, in finance, so it's quite a small team. And we discuss the underlying reasons behind the scores. Why are the scores the way they are? And you get so much useful insight into that exercise. So, for example, we are always learning. About halfway down there is one of our lower ones. And we asked them, and it was all around appraisals, the usefulness of appraisals. Everybody has one. How useful is it? And they said, well, it's not that useful. The reason it's not useful is we're having these regular one-to-ones. We're talking about all of these things all of the time. So when it comes to the appraisal, it's not a unique or different conversation. And so that was really helpful in helping us to shape how we looked at appraisals going forward. Based on the scores and based on the discussions, we come up with an action plan. We share it, we discuss it, and then we act on it and deliver the actions on the action plan. It's not particularly innovative thinking, but the staff survey is such a rich source of intelligence. And you can make it richer by discussing it with your teams, and then importantly, coming up with an action plan and acting on it. Okay, so I asked the team, what is it that makes it a great place to work? What underpins the positive culture? And a lot of the things that came out are on this and the following slide. When I told them that it was the highest scores, some of them were quite surprised. They're like, really? Which made me feel a bit bad. But this is some of the things that they came up with, and I really wish I could share something very clever or innovative or novel, but I honestly think it's just the core of what we talk about a lot in terms of staff well-being and management. I recognize that this is a very diverse audience. We've got some very senior leaders, we've got middle managers, we've got team members, but we need to recognize that we all contribute to the culture of our team. You have organizational culture, which is important, and then you have departmental teams of subculture. And on the day-to-day, that is the thing that impacts working lives most, in my opinion. It has a bigger impact on our working lives, and we all contribute to it, whether you're the leader of that team or not. This is in no particular order, other than the order they came into my head. The first one is a no-blame culture. And this is something I think is really, really important. The way the people respond to mistakes will have a massive impact on team culture. So if you're the one who makes the mistake, and this is my advice to people starting out in their careers or anyone really, own it. Just own the mistake. Don't hide it. Don't blame it on anybody else or your circumstances. Just fess up, put it right, learn from it, and move on. If you're the manager, don't throw them under the bus. Don't be critical of them. We all make mistakes. It's part of our working lives, unfortunately. So support them to learn from it. And I can honestly say I've never heard anybody being critical or speaking ill of their colleagues in my department. And I think that's that helps to underpin really positive working culture. The second thing on here is around people-focused leaders. So all of the managers in the team have that sort of people-centered approach to management. They care about the people, and it's evident that they care about the people that they lead. And that's critical to consistently high scores. If you have like one bad manager, that team's going to give lower scores, and it's going to impact on the scores of the team as a whole. Which brings me to my next point in terms of recruitment. I found this matrix on the internet. This slide needed a splash of colour, so I put it in there. I found it quite interesting. So you've got two axes, one around compassion and one around sort of ignorance or sort of wisdom or competence. And they said you really need to have, the studies show, you need to have compassionate leaders who are competent and wise. Compassion alone is not sufficient. Being sort of caring about your colleagues is not sufficient. You have to have that competence. And those are the most effective team members, the most effective leaders. And you need to have that level of competence as well as that. And when I look at my team, I see people in that yellow box. I think that is yellow or orange. And that really helps to support the team. That assertiveness and the ability to have difficult conversations, but in a human way, really is important. The next thing is around development. We support formal training, but we also support recognize different people's strengths and weaknesses and trying to help them to develop and improve on a sort of on-the-job basis as well. Visibility and approachability of the senior team. There was a Northwest NHS Games recently. Our CFO was on the football team. They didn't win, but they did really well, came second. And I think having sort of that approachability, you really want to know what your team actually think. And they'll tell you, in the main, if you're more approachable. And you're visible, and they know who you are. So that's really important. The next one is around ownership. And what I love about this is it displays trust. So our team members are given important things to do. So our band fours, for example, will do the recruitment interviews for the student placements. They deliver a lot of the training for the non-finance managers, the budget holders. Somebody mentioned Show Me the Money recently. We do that at our trust, and it's every member of the team gets involved, and a lot of the times it's the band fours teaching the consultants, teaching the senior managers across the trust about finance. So we'll give them really important work to do because we trust them and they're good at it. So good at it. And there's a high level of autonomy. A lot of my job is just getting out of the way of people doing a good job. We have a hybrid working model, which isn't particularly unique. It's about 3 days in the office, 2 days at home, generally speaking. But we're very supportive of work-life balance. And we want to have those conversations if workload and burnout is a real issue. We want to hear about it and do something about it. Well, I've dedicated a whole slide to communication because I think this came out from a lot of people as being particularly important. I think NHS Finance, or NHS in general, can be an unsettling place to work. There's always lots of change and challenge and scrutiny, and so communication is really important. That two-way communication, leaders seeking and taking counsel from their team, is a particular, I think, strength of our department. We express thanks and we give recognition. And these are some of the things, and again on the right I've put some of the sort of screen prints of it. We have a monthly team brief with the whole finance department. We always start that with a patient story, so I think it's important to link back to what we do as a hospital. And one of those was based on a BBC breakfast item based on our trust. And so we always share from a patient perspective. And the second half of that meeting is around a learning initiative. So, what can we learn from each other or from others? We have a monthly newsletter. There's an extract with the giraffes on the front. Apparently there was a day in June that was World Giraffe Day. I love random stuff like that. That's in there. So that monthly newsletter goes out and is quite well received. It goes with a wellbeing supplement with the recipe of the month. I've tried some of the recipes. They're all right. They're edible. I'm not sure how healthy this is. It's got cheese and Guinness and beef and all sorts of things that probably isn't very good for you. But that's, again, we really do take well-being seriously. We have weekly one-to-ones between manager and employee, month-end review meeting, which I'm going to do later today, with all of the divisional business partners in the room, reporting their numbers and hearing how the whole trust position, what that looks like. And I really do appreciate that. We have an away day. All I do is show up. They pick the venue. They pick their speakers. I literally just show up and participate. Everyone gets involved. And there's always a session with clinical focus, a clinical colleague coming to speak to us, tying it back to what we do as a trust. And then lastly, a monthly lunchtime quiz, which is just a bit of fun. It's about half an hour, once a month, on Teams as a quiz. So those are some of the things that we've done to try and promote a positive working culture. It seems to work, and as I said, I work with just the best people. I'm really grateful to be a part of that team. Thanks very much.
Thank you both so much. Huge amount of insight there. I'm sure we've all had our little pad and pencil out making notes, but there's opportunity for us to probe a little bit more now. So I'm going to do the roving mic as well, because I keep forgetting to do it. So where is it? Does anybody know? Where's Meg? We've got the roving mic in case we need it. Yep. So has anybody got any questions within the audience before I go to the iPad? Anyone? While you've got the team? Daryl. You can always count on Daryl. I usually give him a tenner, don't I, at the start of the session, say, if it goes quiet, Daryl, I'm counting on you, and you've shown up again. Thank you. There you go.
Hi. It's Daryl Cotman from East Suffolk and North Essex Foundation Trust. I was really intrigued with some of the suggestions that you've both put forward. The one thing that I struggle with a little bit is we've got 267 people in our department, and whilst I'd love to empower them all to do everything, my worry is that there's so many of them, nothing would get done. And but I don't know how. Any suggestions for me in terms of how I can give it a go, I guess?
Great question. Who wants to go first?
I'll start. I think when you've got very large teams, you can't put your hands around all of it. You've got to share that load, if you like, and kind of teach the people that directly report into you and set that example for them. And then they can go out and do it in their teams and have that regular kind of communication feedback. That's the only way. That's the only way to do it. You can't possibly do it for everyone. It's too big. But you can do it with the bit that that you can most directly influence.
Yeah, I just think building on that. So I echo what James says. I think so. Our team is just about 120-ish, maybe a bit more. So larger, but not large in that sense. And I think we have been to date, or to recent date, been quite involved because we had to show that senior leadership the way. So do that very much leading by example, role modelling. But actually, pick your ones. There'll be ones that come along, get on the bus quicker than others that get on the bus. But once they know that the bus is going in that direction, they will get on. So kind of, as you said, then build on that and give them that portfolio and let them run with it and still be there as a kind of support, check, advice, but really then let them run with it and move forwards with it.
Thanks, Claire. I've got a question that's specifically for you actually next. So you started your presentation with some of the challenges that your organisation was facing. What was it that attracted you to want to go and work in that organisation? What made you, what sort of considerations went across your mind, given all of that context?
So it was my first deputy role. So I also came through the grad scheme. That's been a bit of a theme for today, hasn't it? So I also came, and I'd since being in the grad scheme many years ago, I'd worked predominantly in FM, and I'd worked to a really senior level within FM in a very large, complex Shelford Group organisation. And so although I was a really senior finance professional, my ability to influence and power within such a large, complicated organisation wasn't always easy. I also wanted to make that step up to deputy role, but was very cognizant I had a gap in my CV of the other side of finance, as I used to call it. And this role came up, and on some level, because of the trust it was, it probably gave me the best opportunity to get that job, because I wasn't going to be fighting off crowds of people who wanted to go and work there. But on the other hand, what a challenge and what a privilege to be able to go and actually tangibly make a difference to the lives and communities of those people who live in Shropshire. So pre-COVID, their annual, so it's a turnover of about 650 million now. Pre-COVID, their annual capital programme was £14 million a year. This year, it's over 100. Last year, it was 85. The year before that, in the time, and yes, there has been a whole glut of capital that's been available for national programmes, but in my 3.5 years there, I've led business cases that have given them a CDC, an elective hub. We got approval at JNCC and Treasury approval earlier this summer for 312 million new, not part of the new hospital programme, but a hospital redevelopment that they've been working on in Shropshire for 15 years and never been able to get over the line. The ability to actually tangibly make change to how we provide care to patients, why wouldn't you go and take that opportunity?
Thanks, Claire. I mean, it's a really great question, so thank you whoever sent it through. But you know, challenged organisations, it can be so rewarding, and the people, particularly about the finance department, are certainly no less worthy in terms of the contribution they make, the value that they bring. So to have someone to come and put their arms around them and sort of get them through to the team of the year to really recognise how fabulous they are.
They are absolutely fabulous.
Well done. Look, another question, I'm going to ask you both of this. In terms of what you've both put in place in your finance teams, have you protected, we talked about protecting time before, have you protected specific times for well-being or for study or for time out as part of your work?
Yeah, we have protected learning time, and we support and encourage the wellbeing initiatives. So if somebody wants to get involved in going to schools or colleges or universities, we absolutely promote that. And people do get involved in those sorts of initiatives, or sometimes they'll plant bulbs on the lawn, which is great. But there's lots of different things that you can get involved in. And generally speaking, in my experience, people want to come to work and do a good job. And if you encourage or give them that flexibility, then they'll pay it back in spades, really. And so the default answer, if you want to do something positive, is nearly always yes. And why wouldn't it be?
No, I completely echo that. And again, we have different offerings depending on your role within the finance department and what your interests are. So as I said, we've got finance apprenticeships, we've launched payroll apprentices for the payroll team. We have a whole host of internal management courses that people can go on. For all of mine and Adam's direct reports as part of their appraisal process, we expect them to either participate in an internal staff leadership course or one NHS Finance. We've got a few going beyond at the moment, and really kind of promoted that content, because we've had a few people at that level that have been there for a long time and think they've done all the courses and seen all the things. So really promote that, go and take the time, just have the time away, then go, think about how you might do things differently in your team, and set that expectation that actually you need to take this part of your job as seriously as the technical side of your job.
Thank you both. So I've got a question here for you, James. There's some real interest in, you talked about your monthly team meeting where you start everyone with a patient story. So can you tell us a little bit more about how you find that, how do you deliver it, and just a sort of a thank you actually for sharing that from this particular person, because it's just invaluable, isn't it?
Yeah.
To remind us of where we work and why we do what we do.
So as a trust, we have a team brief. And that always starts with the patient's story. But not everybody from the team can actually go to it. And so that we then disseminate those core messages from that trust-wide team brief that's led by our chief exec in our own staff meeting. So I just nick it from there, basically. It's usually a video from a patient or a written letter or something like that. We watch it, we read it, and enjoy it. It's usually the best part of the meeting.
James.
No.
You know, we're resourceful, aren't we? And
Exactly right.
I am the queen of plagiarism, as I tell everybody on many occasions. We'll probably be doing that next week when we get back to Ranch. Can you both share with me a little bit more about how you touched on it a little bit, Claire, but how do you get staff engaged when they don't necessarily have any real interest in what's on offer? How do you really encourage them and say, you know, it's worth getting involved? Claire, do you want to kick off?
Yes, thank you. And I think it's just persistence. I always say that I'm like water, I will find a way. It might not be the first way, the second way, or the 25th way, but maybe on the 27th I'll get you. And I think it is just that. And it is that being intentional with it. So I think I said about the first away day, and it was low attendance. There was tumbleweed, and then there was tumbleweed for that morning. But we still did it. And then we committed that we would do it every 6 months. And of course, the first 6 months came, and we may have been slightly over-ambitious in what we thought we could do in that first 6 months. And, you know, there was that conversation as a senior finance leadership team, myself and Adam, of, we haven't done what we said we'd do. Should we not do it? Should we give ourselves... And we're like, no, we said we were going to do it. We'll go and do it. We'll front up. We'll say what we have done. We say why we haven't done what we want to do and what context operationally and clinically have happened that mean that we haven't got there. And then just use it to check in with people. Do they still want that or do they not? So we were basically honest, which is my kind of key in life always. And it was really well received. And the reason it was really well received isn't because they were overjoyed we hadn't done the things we said, but actually it was the first time in those that can remember's history, there were people in my finance department who have been working there for 45 years plus, so it goes back some time, that there'd ever been a follow-up session to anything that had ever been done by that. And I think so, piece by piece, by doing what we said we were going to do, by launching the learning sessions, by doing the monthly cascade and team brief and all the things James discussed, you start to build that bit of trust between you. And they can see, and they might not think it's for them, but they come along, and then their friend starts talking about it, and then their friend might go on a course and be like, actually, I learned something on that course, and it was all right, and Claire let us go to that course for 3 days, we missed 3 days of work, and it was quite nice. And so then you just slowly start to move the dial, and don't get me wrong, for 1 second, I have not moved the dial 100%, there is still a long way to go. But from where we stood kind of 4 years ago to now, you wouldn't recognise the department.
Thank you. So a question here, it's, I guess, on the theme of culture. So, and it doesn't have to be from the teams that you're working with now. I guess it's any experiences you would want to share. But have you ever worked anywhere where you've got a sort of a long-standing manager that's just not into any of this stuff? And the caveat with this question was it was not their manager, by the way. So I've sent that in there. But if you've ever had an experience where there's just somebody who's just not into this, and how do you sort of get around that and so it doesn't impact on the whole team? I think the phrase is a mood hoover, isn't it? But
so what springs to mind straight away with that is forgiveness, not permission. So it might not be their thing and they might not want to spend the time, and you might not be able to get them to see straight away the benefit of it, but what can you do within your sphere of influence to kind of promote it or get it working within your organisation, or get approval to, even if you can't get approval to go to sessions, because could you use bite-sized sessions that are available, or what learning could you do to start to do things that, again, you may be able to show them the benefit of it? Because there are some people that just, it's not their bag and it's not what they want to do, but it's just, again, how you can kind of weave your way through that. But I think if you can start to do something and then be able to show the benefit and bring back the benefit of what you could do to your organisation, it makes it a much more difficult thing for them to say no to.
great,
Would be
thank
one.
you.
Yeah, I think if they're the manager and they're really grumpy about it, that's quite difficult. But if you're the manager's manager, you can encourage them to get involved and to recognise the importance of it, because I think it is on managers to set a positive tone. We can all contribute to that, but I've worked in places where the very senior leaders are setting a very negative tone. It's very difficult to push through that if you're working in that kind of team. But I think very candid, honest discussions are really, really helpful. in just promoting it and helping them recognise the importance of it.
Thank you both. Now, if that was a real example, but nobody wants to admit that it was a real example, we have had, I mean, this is where the power of this network, we have had some organisations where the CFO's not really been into it and not really been supportive of it. And if there are examples of that, you can always reach out to the network. And myself and Simon have gone and spoken with lots of CFOs and brought it to their attention, the wonders of being involved in this. And do you know what? I mean, I won't name the organisation, but we've seen some fabulous turnaround in terms of their approach, their engagement, the results that have come out of that organisation, just because the CFO was so busy, they just not recognised the importance of it right there and then. But when it was brought to their attention by a colleague and encouraged to get involved, they did. And that came from somebody from within the organisation saying, my organisation, my team seem to be really into this, what do I do about it? So if it was anybody in here, always reach out to the network, through SOAP or through any of the value maker, regional leader, anybody there, because there is always somebody that can help and encourage around that. Right, I think I've got one last question which I will ask both of you again. A lot of time it feels like the results of the staff survey go into a black hole. How do you make sure that the results, the actions are taken from those results and delivered?
Well, our HR, we sit in the same office as them, and they are very persuasive in terms of encouraging action plans and those sorts of things. You get the results at team level. So they'll be out there, and if you don't see them, you can always ask HR for them. And I think it's so important to get them because it's such a rich source of data. So if you're not getting them as a matter of course, you can ask a manager, ask HR. The results are there. They're sort of kept secret for a while and then published. But yeah, please try to get your hands on them because there's a rich data source and so useful. As a manager, it's so useful to understand what's really going on and how people feel.
Thank you. Claire, do you want to have anything?
No, exactly that. And it's staff survey time at the minute, and I encourage every meeting I go to. I even let them finish 15 minutes early so they can go make a cup of tea and do their staff survey. And this is what I say to my team, it's your one chance to be able to put, no matter what you don't want to say in front of us, anything, it's your one time to document exactly how you're feeling at the moment. And if you don't use that opportunity, how will we know? We can only respond. We may agree with you, we may disagree with you, but we have no right of recourse if we don't know how you're feeling. And yes, for most people, I'd like to think I've got that relationship that they could tell me, but for some, there might not be, so use that staff survey. And so if people are going to take dedicated time out of their day to do that, then the least we can do as senior leaders is absorb that information, use that information, and then use it in a way that will help drive the department forward. So as I said, we do a whole session at our away day about the results, and we go quite into detail and look for themes across the departments within finance and share back, kind of play it back to them. Is this how you, this is what it says, do you recognise this, is this how it feels? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And then as you say, what are we doing within these are our current priorities? If this isn't hitting the mark, what should we be doing instead? And really have that open conversation across the team.
Thank you. So if you sat here thinking that you'd no idea what your own team staff survey results are saying within your finance department, we've got a tool. It's on the website, isn't it? I'm looking over at Sophie. Last year's is there, and obviously we'll be doing this year's again. So you can go and have a look at it, and you can compare and contrast your finance team results against your region, your ICB, wherever, and you can sort of gauge where your team is at, and you can take that away into your organisation, just have a look. If you don't see your results there, you can get onto your HR department and say you need to start capturing it at finance team level and get the results sent over to the ONF team, because we aggregate that, and it's been really powerful in helping guide us around some of the resources that we've put in place. We always get I find it staggering every time we see the always learning one, because I think we're always learning in finance. We do things like this and we're really into it. And that's the one that we don't seem to do as well on when you compare the others. So again, it really helps us all think about what more can we be doing in that space and what more can we be doing to help and support our team. So go and have a look. If it's not there, speak to your HR team. If it's there, just go and have a look and see what it says. And whichever organisation in your patch is doing great on something, and it might be one of these two here, get in touch with them, because that's, again, the power of the network, isn't it? And find out what they're doing. Brill. Can I just say a huge thank you to Claire and James, and if we can just thank them in the usual way, please.
Thank you.
Right, it's the moment. I'm going to be joined by people now to help with this, aren't we? Because we're going to move straight into the awards. I dare press this in case I start revealing things before I'm supposed to. Can I just press it? Ta-da! Right, so we're so excited about this. I hope you all are too. We had a massive record-breaking number of applications for the Value Makers Awards this year. Which, you know, when we talk about us, everyone's been really busy, the fact that people have taken time out to recognise your colleagues and recognise your teams is wonderful. So we published the whole list, didn't we, of people, because it was so hard for the team that judged and the value makers that were involved in that to pick some winners, you know, to pick some shortlists. Everybody is a winner, I think, when it comes to the Value Makers Awards. So I just wanted to say that before we started. Right, I dare press it again, Meg. Is it all right? So our first award is Finance Excellence Award. So I'm going to run through each one of them, and then I'm going to invite the winner to come and join me on the stage if you are here. And if you wouldn't mind loitering around for a photo and then loitering a little bit longer at the side, because I'm sure the team want to take some photos to share back out with the whole of our community. So, Finance Excellence Award. So this is an award for an individual who's committed to professional growth and team development in a positive way and to create a positive work environment. It celebrates those who continuously update their finance skills, they share knowledge with colleagues, and they stay current with industry trends. So the shortlist for this award is Julie Briscoe from Lancashire and South Cumbria, James Wilcox from Alder Hay Children's Hospital, Harry Vlasman from Liverpool Women's Hospital, and Nick Kane from NHS England. And our winner is Harry Vlasman.
Everything is changing, and I've been here for too long, going through the same things. I've been hurt and done wrong, got to move on. Say I can't do this anymore. If everything is changing, then I know, yeah, gotta let
Well done, Harry. I've watched your career evolve, so absolutely fabulous. So the next award is for the Champion of Change Award. And this is for an individual who embraces and drives change to improve services. They seek new ways of working using financial insights to create positive impact and add value. With a focus on continuous improvement, they excel in problem solving, creativity, and challenging conventional practices. So the shortlist for this award is Amy Kennan from Northern Care Alliance, Meena Patel, also from Northern Care Alliance, Rosina Malik Moran from North Middlesex University Hospitals Trust, and Simon Oliver from East Suffolk and North Essex NHS Foundation Trust. So our winner is, many congratulations, Amy Kennan. Well done. And well done to everybody on the shortlist. I know that was so hard to judge that one. And all of that shortlist, if they work in one of your organisations, you are very lucky. Right, our next award is for Team Player. And this is for an individual who shows exceptional team engagement and builds strong relationships with colleagues beyond their role. They go above and beyond supporting their team and fostering a positive work environment that prioritises well-being. This leads to enhanced patient care and contributes to the overall organisational success. So our shortlist is Laura Bagozzi from County Durham and Darlington NHS Foundation Trust, Stacey Dewitt from NHS Midlands and South Essex. Mid and South Essex. Sudha Thrua from Kingston Hospital, NHS Foundation Trust. And finally, Benjamin Stevens from Warrington and Halton. And our winner is Stacey. Well done, Stacey. Okay, the next award is our EDI Award. So this is for an individual who actively promotes equality, diversity and inclusion and helps create a fair and inclusive workplace. They go beyond compliance, raising awareness and understanding of diversity issues to foster a culture where everybody feels valued and respected. So our fabulous shortlist for this award is Yasmin Ahmed from Doncaster and Basildore Hospitals, Gail Quartley-Bishop from MIAA, Natasha Blessing from Berkshire Hospitals, NHS Foundation Trust, and finally Mary Saunders from Manchester University Foundation Trust. And our winner is, well done to Mary. Obviously Mary couldn't make it. But thank you very much to Gavin for popping in there and grabbing the award. I'm sure you'll deliver it safely. It won't suddenly go home with you, will it? It will definitely make its way to Mary. Well done, Mary. Okay, our next award is for finance education. And this is an individual who has excelled in educating clinicians and non-finance staff on finance processes. Their dedication to bridging the gap between finance and clinical departments has resulted in accessible, effective training. Their efforts have increased financial literacy and improving decision-making and resource allocation. And our shortlist is Claire Byers from the Countess of Chester Hospital, Leslie Tuddenham from Lancashire and South Cumbria, Tim Blatt from Sussex Community Foundation Trust, and finally, Wendy Harrowell from London North West University Healthcare Trust. And our winner is Tim. Consequence of winning something, it means we're going to come and ask you to do lots of things now for ONF to share how wonderful you are. Well done, Tim. Okay, our next award is our Rising Star Award. And this is for an individual with exceptional talent, dedication and contributions. Their fresh perspective and ideas have made them a rising star, gaining recognition from peers and leaders. With passion and drive, they inspire others and show great promise for future successes. The shortlist for this award is Emily Jenkinson from Lancashire and South Cumbria, Lewis Holmes from Alderhay Children's Hospital, Alice Rose from the Christie NHS Foundation Trust, and Lauren Louise Field from the Northern Care Alliance. And our winner is Emily. Star of the future. Surrounded by loads more stars of the future. Okay, our final award is for the innovation. So this is for an individual or a team who has significantly impacted their organisation by implementing an innovative idea that has been peer-reviewed and approved. Our shortlist for this award is Wendy Harrowell from London and North West University, Martin Hefferon from Sussex Partnership, Razima Malik Moran from North Middlesex, and the Financial Sustainability Team from Sussex Partnership. And our winner is Sussex Partnership Financial Sustainability Team. You have to fight for that. Is it going to live in the same office at least, won't it? You can sort of take it home occasionally. Well done, everybody. Like I said at the start, we were overwhelmed by the number of applications that we had this year. It was fabulous, it really was. So congratulations to our amazing winners. I think you're going to get collared by Meg for a photo now. Congratulations to everybody that made the shortlist. Congratulations to everybody that was nominated. Congratulations to everybody who nominated somebody. And recognising your teams, it's been absolutely brilliant, and we will be coming and finding people and help share some of the things that we've read about, because it was really, really great. So that concludes our awards. It's now time for our last break of the day, so go and grab a coffee, grab a drink, and we want to be back here, please, at 3:30 for our final speaker. It's our guest speaker for the day, so 3:30. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Everyone grab a seat. Everyone grab a seat. I hope you've enjoyed the conference so far. Do you know what? It's lovely to hear the buzz of chatter and noise and all the photos of everybody getting together. I've just been speaking to Ruth, who I used to work with many years ago, and she told me how she had 5 sheets of notes. There she is Ruth, to take back of things that she's going to share with her team when she gets back. This is just what Value Makers is all about, so it's wonderful to hear that. I'm sure you'll implement them all, Ruth. Right, okay, so I'm going to bring us to our final session of the conference, and I'm going to invite Stephen to join me on stage in just a moment. Now, I'm not going to say too much about Stephen and the story he's going to share, because it's Stephen's story, it's not mine. But it's really a privilege for us to have Stephen with us today, and for him as a value maker, one of our family, to be sharing this with us. So I'm going to introduce Stephen, who currently still works in Warrington, where my hometown where I live. We've just been comparing notes. We're on the same train later, won't we, Stephen? But if Stephen, do you want to come and join me on stage? And then we'll listen to Stephen's story. Just in terms of Stephen's coming up here, at the end of the session, we're not going to do a Q&A, quite the same way we've done with some of the other sessions. But Stephen, you're happy to stay behind?
Absolutely.
If anybody would like to come and ask any questions at the end of the session, we'll both be around, won't we? Okay, over to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everybody. Thanks very much, Megan, Suzanne and the team for inviting me along to come and speak to you at the final session today. It's an honour and a privilege to stand there and to tell this story, really. I'm Stephen Bennett, ACMA. I am one of you. I am one of you. Thank you. I'm also Leah's dad, and it's Leah's story that I've come to talk to you about today. But, you know, we'll start with me. So I started working in management accounts in Aintree, now part of Liverpool University Hospitals, back in 2002. Don't be guessing my age because of that. It was my first job out of uni, straight into the NHS, straight into finance. Stayed there till 2012, SEMA qualified in 2010, and then left Aintree to go over to Bolton, where I worked as the business partner for the Families and Children's Division, and then a brief stint as head of management accounts. Quite a challenging time at Bolton during that time, and then left to join Alder Hey, initially as a project accountant as part of the new hospital's work, but then stayed on and became business accountant, business partner. It was at that point I joined the Value Maker Network. I think I was on the very first Value Maker session here in London back in 2016, I want to say, something around then. There's still got my, I'm not sure you're supposed to actually keep your ID badges, but I've still got looking fresh-faced and full of energy all of those years ago. Not quite sure what happened since then. Well, I do actually, and I'll tell you in a minute. Left Alder Hey in 2016. I loved my time at Alder Hey, by the way, should just say that. But just decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. So I left in 2016 to work as a head of transformation, service improvement, service redesign over at Warrington and Halton. Since then, I've done brief spells in general management during COVID. The perfect time to dip your toe into that water. I'm not quite sure that was. And then worked for NHS England as part of the COVID recovery, elective COVID recovery team for the North West for a little bit. And my current role, I'm head of strategy and partnerships, so back in that team since April 2021. Primarily working across place. I do a load of work with local authority, voluntary sector, primary care networks. Really fascinating time to work in the NHS actually in all of that space as we leverage the sort of benefits of genuine integrated working. Just to focus on my time at Alder Hey a little, as I say, I was a finance business partner. I did the rounds. I was business partner for all the divisions at the hospital, I think at some point during my 3 years there. The usual monthly reporting, budget setting, finance modelling, support with business cases. But there was one in particular. I remember one day, the guy who heads up the innovation team, or used to head up the innovation team at Alder Hey, came to see me one day, and he said, "Steve, we're desperate to try and embed a 3D print facility in our innovation hub, and I need help with the business case. I need to be able to pay for it. How do we stack this up?" So a couple of days asking around the houses, could I get that business case to stack up in any way? No, is the answer. I couldn't. So I went back to them and I said, "I think you've got two options, guys. You've either got approached the hospital charity for some funding for an initial few years to get it off the ground, or you're going to have to lobby really hard nationally to get it on the excluded devices list," and left it with that. We'll come back to that in a sec. I had the privilege of, so for those of you who know Alder Hey, absolutely beautiful new building, new purpose-designed children's hospital in a park, absolutely gorgeous. And I had the privilege of being able to lead. I had nothing to do with the build, by the way. I had nothing to do with the good stuff. I got asked to do the retained estate piece. So colleagues from Alder Hey over there are probably cursing me because the reason you're off-site now is probably something to do with me. I'm a self-confessed data nerd. I feel I'm in safe territory in this room with lots of finance people. I love a spreadsheet, who doesn't? But I've always been inquisitive. I've always wanted to know why things work, why we do things, why people behave like they do, how we get things done, and always ask what if. And I think that is what's taken me into use my finance skills, but it's taken me down a slightly different path. I really had a desire to do something different with the skills I developed. So the transformation role came up at Warrington and Halton, and off I went. Enough about me. I guess the purpose of coming to talk to you today was just, there's many times during my finance career, I looked and I really sat there looking out of a dreary window one grey Monday morning and sort of wondering, what the hell do you do here? What am I doing here? I don't feel part of patient care. I'm so far removed from it. And actually, in my time since leaving Alder Hey, it became really, really clear the role that everybody plays in delivering patient care, and I hope my daughter's story really brings that to life for you today. So enough about me. Here's the hero of our story. So back in September 18, this is my youngest daughter, Leah. She's 6 on this picture. She goes to school in Rainhill, not far from where we live. Favourite food, spaghetti bolognese. standard. Favourite sport, probably obvious from the picture. Favourite team, Everton. I'll be honest, I've done this in Liverpool, that divides the room. It's probably a safer thing to put up here. And I asked her what her favourite emojis were. I got probably standard pink heart football and then a random green frog. I can't even explain the green frog, but that's what she asked me to put on. So there you go. This is Leah. November 2018, so Leah starts to come home from school and periodically, infrequently, just complaining of a bit of back pain. Dad, mate, my back was sore today in school, or she'd sit in the house and she'd be lying on the couch and just saying her back was a bit sore, just frequent enough for me to sort of start to notice it a little bit more. And as sort of November progressed, she starts saying she'd come home from school, and when they're six, the teacher sits them all down, and they all sit cross-legged with their fingers over their mouth, don't they? But she said she wasn't able to do that, and she'd actually got in trouble with the teacher because she couldn't sit cross-legged on the floor for any long period of time. So again, I'm starting to think something else is going on here. We need to get her checked out. She's obviously done something, injured her back or something. So my wife took her to the local walk-in centre in St Helens. They had a quick look at her, said she's probably just a suspected muscular strain. Keep her off football, that was a challenge. But keep her off football, keep her off PE. Just give her a couple of weeks to rest, and I'm sure she'll be fine. So that's what we did. And after Christmas, so we're towards the end of December now, after Christmas, we went for a family holiday up to Scotland. And I'm driving on the M6, turn round, and I look, and Leah's in her car seat, but instead of sitting up, she's like this in her car seat. She can't sit up straight, and I just nudged my wife and just said, when we get back, we're going to have to go back. Clearly, it's not, whatever it was, that she's injured a muscle or something, it's not fixed. But in the context of this, she's still playing football, she's really active, that's her in the little green helmet there. She even tried skiing in Manchester for the very first time. So I'm worried, but I'm not overly worried. She's really active and she's getting on with life. And then we progress into January 2019. Back pain becomes more persistent, she's coming home more frequently and saying it. She starts to lose her appetite as well. And when I say lose her appetite, she stopped eating chicken nuggets. And for those of you who've got young kids in the room, if your kid doesn't eat chicken nuggets, something's going on, something's not right. Fatigue, again, a 6-year-old kid at the end of the week, but I've been in school all week, she'd be a bit tired, a bit grumpy. But this was like on a Monday, she'd come home and she just wouldn't be herself. She'd be really, really lethargic. But again, still playing football. She's swimming once a week, playing out on the front with her friends. So it's that fine balance as a parent between she's okay, but actually something's not quite right about it. So I managed to get her into a hospital. There's not many perks as there are working in the NHS, but I managed to get her a quick appointment to go and see a hospital consultant. Checked her over. They said, we think she's just got constipation. Here's some laxatives. That'll sort her out. Panicking, Dad, don't worry about it. Actually, it's something and nothing. And then the very end of January, we're sat on the couch, me and the wife, watching TV. And I can't remember what was on, something dull, obviously. And I'm flicking through my phone. And I found an article on the BBC website. So I think it's probably a bit of a Northwest thing, this, but for those of you who don't know, Diane Oxbury was a weather presenter, TV presenter, mainly in the Northwest of England. She was diagnosed with ovarian cancer at the very start of January 2019 and really tragically passed away just 2 weeks later. So there was an article on the BBC website about Diane and about how much money they'd raised in her name. And I was scrolling through and I found that the bit on the far right there was a little section from that article, and it talks about symptoms of ovarian cancer. And these three particularly jumped out at me. So loss of appetite, abdominal pain, extreme fatigue, and these are like ticking boxes in my head. And all of a sudden, this is really worrying me. I didn't dare tell my wife; she would have gone absolutely mental. So I just kind of kept it to myself, but said maybe we should get her to the GP and get a second opinion on this, because she's still not been right. It's a couple of months now; she's not quite been herself. Anyway, my wife agreed. And a week later took her to the GP. And then phones me in work and says, you better meet us. They've sent us to A&E at the local hospital. They're really concerned about her. So I shut my laptop, finished the meeting I was in, jumped in the car and drove to the local hospital. And I meet them both there. And she's on the children's ward. She's fine. She's sat up chatting to the nurses. She's colouring in something. But they pull her T-shirt up, and there's this big lump in her stomach, visible lump for the first time ever. And my heart absolutely sank. So across the course for about 3 hours, there's a nurse visits her, a more senior nurse visits her, a junior doctor visits her, a more senior doctor visits her, a consultant visits her. Now, this isn't really ringing any alarm bells with my wife, but I work in the NHS, as you all do. That's not normal for a normal appointment. I'm now absolutely off my barnet in terms of worrying about things. And just trying to hold it together and trying not to show anybody that I'm really worried. She goes down for an ultrasound. Long story short, we're then shepherded into the ward manager's room. The door's shut behind us, and there's an audience of people there on hand, all looking very solemn. And I sit down, and I'm not quite. It's as vivid as anything, but it's still very hazy in terms of what happened. But the best way to summarise it is 4 simple words: your child has cancer. And it's really hard to explain what that feels like to be told those words. But essentially, a huge black hole just opened up in front of me. And in I fell, and so did my wife. And life has never been the same since then. So, a couple of days later, we're then referred on to Alder Hay, the specialist trust for oncology in Merseyside. Leah has test after test after test. She goes to theatre for the first time, which is a really harrowing experience with a terrified 6-year-old. She had biopsies, more scans than you can imagine. A first proper MRI scan to really gauge what the hell is going on and what we're dealing with here. And after about 4 days or so, we get a diagnosis: undifferentiated retroperitoneal sarcoma. A really fancy word, but basically she's got cancer. It's confirmed. So as if that wasn't bad enough, then a consultant was sat in front of a consultant in the room, and he turns his screen around. I'll never forget it. He turns his screen around to show us what the actual MR image, and this is her MR image that we were shown. And for those of you who are not physicians and aren't familiar with the human body, that big thing there is not meant to be there, let me just tell you. And just to describe what you're looking at, so the bottom bit is her bladder. In the middle of that circle was a huge sarcoma, huge tumour. My daughter's 6, that's her body. That's the side of her body, so you can see the size of this thing. But just because that's not bad enough, the black bit at the top, that's something called her aorta, which is pretty much the most important artery in your body, right through the middle of it. And the 2 little black dots at the bottom, they're what's called her iliac arteries, and they feed your legs. So they're pretty important too. And this huge thing had grown all the way around it. And it was even described by one of the surgical teams later as an impossible tumour. So what we're facing is pretty grim. Anyway, we pick ourselves up. She finally gets a treatment protocol, 9 rounds of chemotherapy, which will hopefully, fingers crossed, will shrink this bloody thing. And then she'll be eligible, hopefully, for surgery once it's shrunk back from those arteries. And then they'll try and take it out. And then following that, all being successful, all being well, she'll have radiotherapy and further chemotherapy to reduce the chances of anything returning. At least we've got a plan, right? We didn't have a plan a few weeks before. We've got a plan. They talk us through the side effects. I won't bore you with them. The side effects of the treatment, both short-term and long-term, were just as horrific as the as the initial diagnosis, and the thought of having to support your 6-year-old child through something like that is beyond horrendous. But one of the doctors at the time said to me, and it stuck with me, this phrase. There was lots of things said to us, but certain things just stay with you, don't they? And he said, this is a marathon now, and you're part of the team helping her get to the finish line. And he was absolutely spot on when he said that. It is a marathon, and we were part of a much bigger team. So what we did was created Team Leah. It was a WhatsApp group, simple as that. I had my family, I had my wife's family constantly wanting updates. We were never out the hospital. It became just trying to keep everyone up to date became an instant challenge we had to manage. So I set up Team Leah as the WhatsApp group, all my family and all my wife's family. And so it began. So Team Leah membership at that point, about 18 of us. Moving into February, the medical and nursing teams on 3B at Alderhay quickly become part of our family. We were there all the time. It was a second home to us. Absolutely incredible people. The domestics, the cleaners had come round. The cleaner had a pug. We've got a pug. So the cleaner would chat to Leah and talk about her pug, really helping brighten her day. The play specialists giving her little bits of strategic Play-Doh and little bits of Lego and things to build. A whole range of therapy staff helping her with a wheelchair so she could get round. All kinds. She was in theatre, I think, about 4 or 5 times over that period. So the theatre and aesthetic teams also supporting her and giving her what they could. So Team Leah, probably up to about 250 people now already within a couple of months of people who've been involved in supporting Leah. Into April, and the message is out there. You know, I'm constantly getting messages off people asking, just really concerned, asking how Leah is. Friends and extended family showing their support via social media. Radiology and labs teams, she's still having multiple scans, loads of different types of scans. She was scanned on every machine for every part of her body, I think, including her next crucial MR. So at the end of April, the plan was to put her back on the MR and see whether the initial stages of chemo treatments had any impact whatsoever. So with all those people, probably up to about 500 in Team Leah there. Sadly, though, at the end of April, the results of the MR scan were not what we'd hoped. The chemo hadn't really done anything apart from make her really poorly, but it certainly wasn't doing anything to the size of the tumour. So the biggest issue we've got, the biggest fight we've got, we're starting to lose this now. Fast forward to May. Leah's case, one of the fabulous things about the treatments at Alderhay and the NHS generally is no one thinks they know everything, so they brought other people in. Senior oncology consultants from the Royal Manchester were asked for advice and opinions on Leah's care, and we went over to see a specialist over at Manchester. Leah's case was taken to a national MDT, where surgical teams from Great Ormond Street, Leeds, Sheffield, Bristol were all asked for their views, and particularly around the likelihood of surgery for Leah. So if you throw all those people in, we're now up to about 600, I reckon. Conservative estimate, I'd say. Sadly, the advice come back from that MDT at the end of in mid-May. This is that surgery was probably too risky, and therefore, to quote exactly, was probably not in her best interests. A little plug, that's the name of my book, which is coming out next year as well. Into June, Alderhay surgical team now get involved. The chemo's not doing what it needs to do. It's passed to the surgical team. What can we do? What can we do? And all credit to them, you know, they didn't shut the door. They brought us into that conversation, and they wanted to explore. They wanted to come up with a solution as difficult and challenging as this was going to be. They even discussed Leah's case with some colleagues over the pond. So MSK Cancer Centre over in New York were consulted. So Team Leah gets its first international membership as well, I think, at that point. And really interestingly enough, the surgical team then approached the innovation team at Alderhay and asked about 3D printing. If you recall, I was asked to try and come up with a business case for this 3 years ago. But thankfully, they'd taken some advice and they'd actually approached the charity at Alderhay to fund it for a few years to get it moving. And then how life comes full circle, eh? So the team then go to the 3D print facility within Alderhay's Innovation Lab and just see what we can do. Does this give us another option? So with all of those people, we're up to about 750 now, motoring. Into June, further into June, we finally get a meeting with the surgical team to discuss whether they are D-Day, basically, whether they're going to attempt the surgery, despite being told by peers across the country it's too risky, it's not in her best interest. So me and my wife got an hour with the surgical team, and that's what they put in my hand. So that is a 3D model of the tumour in my daughter's body, and you can see the pink veins and arteries running through it, and her pelvis at the bottom. The white is her pelvis at the bottom. And there's two reasons that they produced this. One, because they wanted us to understand the riskiness of this surgery and why it was so challenging for them to extract that from around those major vessels. But secondly, they'd also put it in the middle of a table and they'd sat around it and they'd looked at it and they'd looked at how they could approach the surgery to try and come up with a plan. But I can tell you, that was in my hand during that meeting, and to hold the thing that's taking your daughter's life away is quite an experience, let me tell you. So in that meeting, we're informed there's an 80% chance that the tumour will be unresectable. They won't be able to take it out at all. They won't even be able to try. And if it is, there's a 50% chance that there's a major complication. So she'll either die on the table or she'll lose the use of her legs. So there's a lot of mathematicians in the room. I don't need to tell you. That's about a 10% chance of it being removed with no complications. This isn't a great situation for us to be in. However, credit to them, they decided to give it a go. With our blessing and with our request, they decided to give it a go. And 10%, I'll just come back to 10%. 10%'s a weird figure, isn't it, right? Because you probably sat there going, oh my God, that is what are someone's chances of surviving, of coming through that, a 10% chance. But if you go into a room thinking that there's a 0% chance that you're going to get told no, and you get told there's a 10% chance, that's like winning the lottery, let me tell you. So we walked out of that room absolutely uplifted that they were willing to get, after everything negative, everything we've been told, they're not going to do it, and then the chances of her coming through it, of being so slim, for her to walk out of that room with a chance, and they were going to do it, I can't tell you what that felt. It was amazing. And things started to move for us at that point. So Team Leah now up to about 780. Into July, Leah completes, they've given us a date, of the 1st of August, she's going to be operated. So throughout July, she completes the remaining scheduled chemo that she was supposed to have. And at this point, the tumour is starting to get a slightly smaller, not small enough to make the surgery significantly easier, but they kept her on the chemo because they did start to see a small improvement. She's got regular contact from her school teachers and friends at this point. They were sending a little book in, what they've been doing that week, and she'd write and send it back to them. Everyone finding ways to support us. Loads of support from, there's so much, I could spend an hour talking to you about the amazing charities that supported us along the way. That's just a tiny, tiny snapshot. There's probably 20, 25 different charities who were out there to help families going through things like this. Absolutely loads of amazing people. We had daily home visits from the outreach team, risking their lives every day to come to St Helens and sort of see my daughter. For those who don't know St Helens, there's a joke there. So we're up to about 1,000 now, Team Leah members. 1st of August 2019, the day of the big operation. So the staff on the surgical ward look after us, me and my wife, while we wait for news. we spend time, we must have done 25 laps of the park next to Old Hay, wore a track, I think, round the outside of it. We went to the chapel, the sanctuary, just to clear your head, clear your thoughts. She's in theatre for over 7 hours. And all that time we're waiting to see whether the girl we kissed on the head in the anaesthetic room we're ever going to see her again. And then at about 5:10 that afternoon, my phone goes, and the operation is a success. They managed to remove something like 95% of the tumour, and she's back in recovery, and she's doing okay. And then when we finally get to see her, she'd been moved to critical care, and there she is. And my wife kills me for this picture every time, but I was adamant I was taking it because I wanted a picture of her at her lowest, at her weakest. This was as bad as it got for her. And I wanted her to see that, what she'd overcome. So Team Leah, with all of that happened on the day, up to about 1,100 members now. Into September, October, we consented for the tumour samples to be sent off for genetic testing by the pathology team down in the Royal Marsden. She has 6 weeks of daily radiotherapy at Clatterbridge under the care of the clinical team. And she starts to return to school just part-time at the end of October. Now, first week in September comes round, and I'm sure your social media posts are flooded with pictures of people's kids going back to school. And I can't stand them, but I'll tell you what, that's the best one I have ever seen in my life. So she went back with a little cap on. So Team Leah members, 1,500 now, I reckon. And there's a phrase Nelson Mandela came out with, everything seems impossible until it's actually done. Sorry. So fast forward a little bit now, into 2020. She finally got to ring the bell, as you saw. We went on the red sofas on BBC Breakfast in February that year to talk about her story with one of the surgeons. She's back in school full time, scanned every 3 months and reviewed really regularly, but pretty much semi back to normal life, I guess, as far as normal looks like now. So Team Lee are now up to about 1,600, including Dan Walker and Louise as well, by the way. Officially, they don't know, but they're in Team Lee. December that year, though, so 12 months later, things changed for us, sadly. So we're given just a routine scan at the end of December 2020. We're given the devastating news she'd relapsed, and the cancer that was remained in her body was starting to grow again. And that hole appeared again, and our worlds fell apart. However, the genetic testing, so we sent, if you recall, we consented to the tumour being sent away for sampling. So the testing carried out the year before had identified a match for a known gene mutation, and that allowed us to try a new drug, which had been specifically developed using extensive research and development, but it's specifically developed to target that gene mutation in her body. It was licensed in 2018, and she was the first kid in Alder Hay to be tried on it. So she's put on the drug in the hope that might help, that might have an impact for her. So I think Team Leah now, we're well at 2,000, no problem. So what does that actually mean, I guess, Team Leah membership? So incredible, brave, talented surgeons, anaesthetists, theatre teams, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. Kind, caring, compassionate ward teams, 100%. Fantastic support teams, therapists, imaging, pharmacists, yep, all in the team, and absolutely amazing. But I think the point I wanted to make to you guys today was the impact of back office teams as well, and never more powerful than that, the teams who work to try and make that 3D print facility happen. And I got asked that question, could I make that work for them? And little did I know the impact that would have on my life just a few years later. And I know finance is super tight now for everybody, and it's really difficult. But please, the plea from me, never ever let this become a race to the bottom. This matters. Stuff like this matters. Friends, family, sometimes complete strangers come out the woodwork to help us, support us, do what they can. Amazing charities, I've mentioned them and all their supporters, all part of the membership. Every single person can and does and did make a difference. And even in your own life, you know, if you're in the supermarket and you see someone stood with a bucket collecting for cancer research, or one of your mates is about to throw themselves out of a bloody plane for sponsorship, do you know what? Chuck £1 in the bucket. Chuck them a £5 to do it, because it makes a difference. It absolutely makes a difference. Some of you in the room will probably heard it's a well-used anecdote about the janitor at NASA. In 1961, John F. Kennedy visited NASA HQ, and he's been shown around by all the very, very expensive, very senior people. And he stops and he asks the janitor, what do you, sir, what do you do at NASA? And the janitor said, well, Mr. President, I helped put man on the moon, was his response. And I thought about that a lot in terms of Leah's story. And whilst NHS staff don't put men on the moon, what they can do is help save people, help look after people. What you do is that you create a light where it's dark. Hope is being able to see that there is light despite all of the darkness. And all of that story is about hope. We had hope to keep us going, and that comes in the strangest forms, and if it could come from a finance person agreeing a business case. That's the point I wanted to make to you today. So, fast forward to May this year, 5 years later, we started with a football picture, we're going to end with a football picture. The hawk-eyed amongst you will notice I managed to get him to sponsor a kit as well, if you even 3D life prints. But this is Leah. The meds worked. She takes it twice a day. We've had stable scans for 4 years. She started high school now. She still plays football with her team. She still does all the things that she used to do beforehand. She lives, dare I say it, a semi-normal life, all because of the people, Team Leah, and the decisions made during this period. So I think all that's left to say is thank you. All 2,000 of you, and everyone in this room. You might not be part of Team Leah. You probably can be. I'll let you in. But you might be part of Team Mary, Team Jacob, Team whatever. You'll all have your own stories to tell, and you can all be part of it. Thank you.
Gosh, I think it's definitely 2,150 members of Team Leah, plus another 200 listening at home, who would be proud and privileged to be part of Team Leah with you. And, you know, it's just such, I say a huge thank you to Stephen for sharing his story with us all. I can imagine no matter how many times you have and will continue to tell Leah's story, Stephen, it will still give you the same reaction as it has touched us in the way that it has. But Leah's got one beautiful smile, I have to say, and I'm sure it's touched us all. So thank you again for sharing that with us. So Stephen's going to stay around in case anybody would want to ask any questions. I'm not going to ask you to put your hand up right here and do that, but I'm sure some of you will want to. So all that gives for me is just to thank you all hugely for today's conference. I think we've had a wonderful time. We've heard from some fabulous people around what this network is all about, and we've ended with a fabulous value maker that's just reminded us why we do it and why it's important, and that we are significant and we are part of saving lives. So thank you all so much. Please give us your feedback. Please get home safe, and I really hope to see you next year. Thank you.